right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. If you're new here, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes, and we're here for stream number 2 of a 12-hour marathon. So I'm going to let my co-hosts introduce themselves. And I'm going to go make sure that the stream is working and everything is, running correctly. Because knowing my luck, every time I don't check, something goes wrong. So if they want to introduce themselves, we'll start with Stephanie, and then we'll go to Heather.
Okay. For anyone that is new here, my name is Stephanie. I primarily write small town romance currently under the name Stephanie Marie Whitson. I say currently because I have other things in the works. I'm usually here on Saturday nights on Skye's channel around this time. Well, actually, usually finishing up around this time. And it was mine and Skye's idea to do the stream. And I guess that's it. The end. Go ahead.
So my name's Heather Purvis. I'm a queer dark fantasy author. I lurk a lot in Steph and Skye's stuff, and said I would join. So yeah, just write dark, spooky, macabre stuff. And I have a pen name book launching very soon of Betrayed by Blood. If you would like polyamorous vampires.
Yay. I'm going to wait for it to come out, and then you said it's coming out in KU as well?
Yeah, so the paperback goes live on the 30th of April.
Okay.
Because I needed to print something, but it's going live on KU on the 1st of May.
Woo!
So it's all live for the author event that I'm going to.
Nice. All right. So I'm going to say hi to whoever is in the comments. It's late at night, so I don't expect a lot of people this late. And for anyone who is watching, if this is later than you usually stay up and you need to sleep, I am all about the sleepiness. Go to bed. I will not stop you. Thank you for joining us. But if you need to sleep, go to sleep.
I'll have a nap.
I feel it so hard. All right. So let's see. Dark is here and giving us a wave. And that is all I see in the chat so far. And everything was working the way it's supposed to be, which is always good. So that is what I like to see. What is everyone working on tonight if you're going to be working on anything? Because the way I usually do writing streams is on a normal basis. We do 4 25-minute writing sprints with some chit chat in between. That's typically around 5 minutes, but sometimes I'll pause the timer and we chit chat longer. So it could be longer than 5 minutes. We're going to probably do, since we're streaming for 6 hours, we're probably going to be doing more than 4 sprints, but I have no idea how many sprints we'll actually get to with how much chit chat we sometimes do. And tonight I am working on Presumed Dead, which is the first of 7 short stories, each one following a different one of 7 sisters who fall in love with a supernatural entity.
I am going to be working on like drafting / outlining my next small town romance. An age gap, broken hearts get mended in the process. Title to be named. So I already have the synopsis and the blurb figured out, but now I'm going to go to Scrivener and like each chapter, write like a sentence or two about what's going to happen in each of the chapters, fully fleshed out, so then I can just go back in and, because I usually just pants the crap out of my books.
Okay.
So this time I'm trying to do it a little differently. And also, I had to go because my daughter woke up. Ileana's been waking up like between 1 and 4 in the morning, and she's just awake. She's like, "I'm awake." I'm like, "We are not awake. Going back to bed." So she went back, and she was like right here off camera, and she was not all the way dressed. So I was like, "Nope, we're not doing that."
Nope. Well, since I have some lovely people that want me to write the gargoyle story, I need to brainstorm that. So it's going to be, I don't know why, but I just came up with I really want to write a dark academia novel with gargoyles in it. So, and then I also, beautiful wife Leanne labeled my notebook. It says Hollowborn. So this is the magicless born elf princess and the Blood Witch sorceress person.
Nice.
And it's going to be sapphic because there are more. We need more sapphic loving books.
Yes. Agreed.
Well, it's funny because like both my books are actually in 2 indie bookshops, and they keep getting people coming in and asking for female, but they only have 1 or 2. But there's a bunch of male in the queer. So I was like, well, if there's a hole in the market, I'm not a let's write to the market thing, but I'm like, it's within my wheelhouse anyway.
Yeah.
So it would be silly for me not to then go, okay, like if this is what you're looking for, and you'd be more inclined to stock my book. Is Papa being silly?
He's licking plates we have put down on the floor for him, but they're already clean, so I don't know what he's doing. Hey, no sir.
It's phantom food.
Yep. So he's just being noisy. I'm gonna pick up all the plates. That would help.
No, it's fine. I don't think my dog came in with me. He might be in with the child.
All right. Yeah, because you were talking about we needing more sapphic stuff, and I'm thinking back. I've read a couple of romances this year, but I don't think I've read any sapphic things this year yet.
I'm totally like just self-promoting. Sorry, but
you're fine.
This is sapphic. It's dedicated to the beautiful wife.
Oh,
Female, Hayes and Persephone and Welsh mythology reimagining.
I love that.
It's not in KU, but I think it's like $3.99 or $4.99 US on Kindle. But this one's wide, but I'm doing KU through this.
Okay.
Because this was originally meant to be a wide choose, but Victoria was running up the stairs and I had 2 main characters making out in a corner. So I went, okay, so we're polyamorous now. Okay, that's fine. We can roll with that. I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum.
No.
But yeah, if you want sapphic.
I think I have that one already. I just haven't read it.
Well, hurry up.
Don't rush me. I'm kidding. Let's see. Go ahead back to the comments. You said hi in the comments. Actually, you said howdy. Let me be real.
Howdy. Yes.
Dark
or
said
if you want bisexual coming of age YA Marine Shifters YA.
Ooh, okay.
Which is also on Kindle.
Let's see. Dark says I'm working on Love Like Cyanide, which is my alpha idol paranormal menage romance. The first of potentially 18 I mentioned in the last stream.
How?
It sounds
struggling.
Like,
I'm struggling if this is going to be a standalone or a duology, and you're like, here's 18 books.
I think I figured it out. There's 6 characters, and it sounds like each of those 6 characters need a trilogy by themselves, which will end up with 18 books.
Or is it 6 thruples? So then they each get a trilogy. Tell us more.
I don't know.
I'm intrigued.
I am too. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us started in the first sprint. Oh, well, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I found that list that had all the phobias listed in alphabetical order.
Ooh.
On, I don't know if you were here for that one. I was talking about, at one point in time, I thought about writing a bunch of phobia-related murders in order. Like, there was one where someone gets killed or dies because of a phobia with the letter A, but not arachnophobia.
Not arachnophobia, that's right.
Because I don't like spiders.
You're not about the spiders?
No.
Not about the spiders? No.
Not about the spiders. But yeah, like, there's some weird, there's just some interesting
Well, there's a phobia for having peanut butter stuck to the roof of your mouth.
Yes, and there's a phobia for long words, if you're flying, pain, needles, riding in a car.
There's a phobia for everything.
Small people. Yes. Fear of anger, fear of flowers, fear of people, fear of being touched.
Fear of flowers.
Mhm.
Yes.
I know
fear.
there's a Criminal Minds episode, and he's a psychologist, and he actually uses fear to he scares them to death.
Rude. How dare.
There's a fear of human-like figures, and then
Oh
there's
no, I've
also
heard of that, like mannequins or puppets or something.
yeah, fear of being alone, fear of bacteria, fear of gravity. Like, what the hell are you gonna do with that one?
Go be an astronaut.
Right?
Perfect job.
Go be an astronaut. Like, not to
Fear of
like.
amphibians.
And some of them are like legitimate. Like, I have a friend who's like terrified of frogs. They scare the living bejeebus out of her.
So I didn't realize I did not like frogs until we were in West Virginia or Virginia, one of the two. And we came out of this building at a campground, and it's in bullfrogs. And I didn't realize it because it was kind of dark, but I opened the door, and the bullfrog kind of got squished underneath the door, but it didn't explode or anything. It just stayed whole,
Ooh.
and it freaked me out. And then we came home the other day, and there's one downstairs in our stairwell. Like, they just creeped me out.
Oh.
I'm okay touching cows, but God forbid a cow's tongue touch my hand, I freak out.
Fair enough.
So, you know.
There's a phobia for the giant mole rat.
Yep. Xenophobia, it looks like, or xenophobia, if I'm pronouncing it right.
Fear of
Let's see,
snow.
Eccentric Raven popped in. Hello.
Of buttons.
And
Fear of
Dang.
clocks and also a fear of time.
Not the same thing, though. Those are two different fears.
Two different ones.
Oh, dear. Okay, so Dark explains. There are 7 characters plus the female FMC.
So
She
there's
gets
8.
2,
Okay.
and then the remaining 5 guys are a designated trilogy of their own. So yeah, 6 groupings, trilogy for each.
Okay.
That's a lot of books.
Still a lot of books, but yeah, okay.
Hello, Laura. That's who said there was a fear of buttons. A phobia of buttons. Jeez, I cannot.
As in, like, buttons you do up or buttons you press?
Both. I have no idea.
I don't know either. I just was like, because there probably is a fear for both.
Don't know. All right, that's all the comments.
Skye writes monster romance. I think Skye should write a character where this character has a fear of demons, because that is actually a phobia.
The reason I say is I have an idea for like a children's book series, because Little Dragon keeps going, like, when are you going to write me a book? Because she's not this age. So I have Ember, who is a dragon that is afraid of flying, and I also have another one called Glimmer, and it's a ghost that's afraid of the dark.
Oh,
That's cute.
But these are going like junior, like chapter books.
fair enough.
Oh, it's like styles of buttons, like shirt buttons. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
I still think it's hilarious that the fear of long words is a long word in itself.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I know trectophobia is like the fear of like regular holes, like lotuses or like lotus leaves or like honeycomb. Because I didn't have it, and then I got it because someone did like an AI or a Photoshop thing of like maggots coming out of like a lotus blossom, and then they freaked me out at like little holes, like patterned, just freaked me out.
Mm.
I also have a bird phobia, despite everything. I'm like, they're pretty, just stay over there, do not come near me. Nope. Despite also just finishing a book with raven shifters in it.
Gotta write what
I
you know
will
and
say,
you know the fear.
Oh no, that was the feather so vicious. But I will say check trigger warnings for that because there is like essay and torture, and so do check your triggers before you read that book.
Dark. Got it.
It's like dark romance in fantasy, not a dark fantasy with romance. Like it's
Got it.
more a yeah. But I will say
All right. Raven is heading to bed. They wish us all the best of luck, which is awesome. And then Dark says sometimes immersion therapy is the way. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. All right, I'm gonna get us set up on our first sprint because I need to go let the dog in, if nothing else. She is now barking and she's gonna wake up people. So, all right. So for anyone who's new here, I'm gonna put up a writing prompt. You do not have to write it if you don't want to. It's just there if you want to write but don't know what you want to write about. And our first prompt is, I'm not expecting anything from you. I've learned better than that by now. So 25 minutes. Let me find my window where I've got the kitty timer up. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let me know how you did in the comments. How'd y'all do?
Shockingly.
I copy and paste my list of phobias onto a Google Doc for me to use later. That's what I did. So I don't lose it again.
Fair enough. I wrote birds. I have no idea how many.
And then I Googled what makes an age gap romance, like how many years apart is a typical age gap romance. And then Google decided I needed to know how how old my boyfriend needs to be, or what is an appropriate age gap to date someone, and a bunch of other weird results.
Half plus 7.
What was that?
Half your age plus 7.
Me personally, it is 5 either way. 5 years, not half, just 5. Minus 5 either, or plus 5. That's it. That's it for me. Maybe 10.
Oh no, that makes them 10 years. That makes them 10 years younger than me. I could date a 24-year-old with half plus 7.
Okay.
Maybe 28.
A 50-year-old could date a 32-year-old by my logic. Well, it depends on, like, I think if they're like young adult or like new, like college age, it's different because like a 29-year-old like dating a 23-year-old, there is a lot of growing up you do in your 20s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's weird. I sort of 3 years around there, I think is acceptable. But like once you get into like, you know, your 30s, your 40s, you can sort of go down or up a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think my characters in my book are going to be 24 and 38. I think.
That's
probably
38.
It's only 14.
I guess how do they meet?
She's new to town.
Oh, okay.
That's all I got.
As long as as long as it's not
like
something where they've known each other, like he watched her grow up kind of thing. I'm good.
Or something.
Oh,
Or he was the college professor.
She moves to town. She moves to town for like a year, and his tragic backstory is he used to, be a fisherman on the boats, but he's no longer on the water, and now he is the little town's jack of all trades handyman. And so something breaks at her house. She's trying to fix it, and so she calls the number that the friendly librarian gave her, which happens to be his number. And so that's how they meet.
See, that's like.
Well, that's how they meet for the second time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's not like her teacher or anything like that, or a doctor.
Okay.
Like there's no like huge power imbalance built in the relationship.
No.
Okay, that's good. We're good.
No.
Yeah, I feel like that's acceptable.
But
then I shall now I shall write it. Now I have all your permission.
I mean, I wasn't going to stop you from writing it, but I might be doing like this, like the whole time.
Oh yeah, there is some where you're like, no, but let me read this book. Well, I think it's different once you get into like fantasy. Like, I'm a 1,000-year-old vampire and I'm going to date this 22-year-old child. You're like, come on now.
Yeah.
I think
that still makes me cringe though. I'm just like,
I know.
When I was 22, that was like, oh, that's hot. And now that I'm like in my 30s, I'm like, child, no.
No, but like contemporary, I think and it's contradictory. The rules for a contemporary like genre are different because you get like the ancient gods and vampires dating like, was it? Oh, Bella from Twilight. How long have you been 17? Like 120 years. Like, okay, so you're 140, 50, and I'm 16. Like, okay, baby. Like,
Wasn't paying attention. Hold
But
on.
the idea of he was 14 when she was born, but there was no crossing over until they were adults. So it's not like he watched her. He was the babysitter. He was
Right.
the best friend, the older brother's best friend or something like that. I think 14 years at that point's too big of a gap.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I picked about 24 to be her age is because the reason she moves to town is because she had been with a boyfriend for 2 years and she was getting ready to graduate college with a degree.
Yeah.
But he told her that she didn't need to bother looking for work because you don't need to work because your job, now that we're going to get married soon, is to stay home and take care of the house. And so she didn't like that. Right. No, exactly. She didn't like that. And so in the midst of all that fighting, there's the finals and she like fails at some of her finals because of the arguing, the stress of it all. And so he's like, see, you can't even do a good job at that, so might as well just take care of me. And she's like, whatever, I'm out of here.
Deuces, bye.
She takes
Yep.
Right. So then she
Go girl.
so then she decides to take the money that she's going to use for the next year of tuition and put it down for like a year-long lease in this cute little bungalow on the beach in this town, and that's why she's there.
That's reasonable then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Great.
Let's see. Looking at the comments, Jace is here. Hello, good morning. Jace says, trying to will myself into writing mode. JC has joined us. Hello.
Hello.
Jace said, I cracked open the comp book and started in. Didn't get too far because there were only a few minutes left on the timer. But you joined us and you got something done. So it's all good. And
That's
then
what I
Dark,
was.
yeah, Dark said, being 39 and a mom, the idea of a 24-year-old boyfriend for me is like, that's someone's son. And I think the reason that gives me a little bit of the ick is because, okay, short as I can make it story time. When my husband and I first started dating, his mom was in a relationship with a man who was 10 years older than her at the time. And when we graduated high school, he started dating a woman that was only 2 years older than him. He is now married to that woman with kids. So he basically has, I don't want to say stepmom because he was technically his stepdad, but basically a stepmom. His brother definitely has a stepmom who is his brother's age. So it's weird and it's just gross. Knowing that his stepdad is now married to someone who's only 2 years older than him. And I'm just like, and I think there was only 15 years between them, technically speaking. No, that's not right. That's not right at all. I can't math. It's more than 15. So never mind, it doesn't relate at all. It's more than 15. Yeah, just kidding. I have to do math later and figure out what the actual age gap is because I thought it was 15. In my head, it's always been 15, but that's not right. That can't be. I'll have to do math later. Not worried about it.
Yeah. That's right.
Let's see. And Jace says age gap rules in the gay male world are very different.
Is that because men sometimes come out later? So they then have their midlife crisis at 40, 50, and then come out as a gay man? So they then need or look for younger men? Because I know that there's bigger age gaps in male-male relationships where you can get a 50-year-old dating a 22-year-old.
Oh.
Because it is still that stigma of, well, I'm not gay. But it's like you've married to a woman. I've got some friends that came out recently and he's the most delightful person, but he is 54 and he's asking me if it's appropriate for him to get involved with a 22-year-old boy, like man, not a boy, but I was like,
he's still a baby.
He's a baby. I was like, well, that's
Huh. Jay says that and the young gays are coming out with daddy fetishes,
fetishes.
which is interesting. I
I sort
haven't
of went
read
30
any.
years is a bit. I was like 30 for me personally. 30 years is a bit too big of an age gap, but
I have to do math.
it's your choice. But it is like he sort of his marriage broke down, and then he was like, "No, actually, I think it's also because I like men." And I'm like, "You can like men, that's fine." So it's still some guys battle not from with their like experience of their sexuality. And then you get some that just burst out being like, Tazar, I'm gay. And you're like, good on you for living your truth from the beginning. But there is a lot of daddy fetishes.
Apparently, I've not read any age gap now that I'm thinking about it because I haven't heard that before. And I'm trying to think, like, have I? And I'm like, no, I don't think I have. Gotta broaden my reading again. Mm. Jay says, I could hook up with a 20-year-old, but I'd have nothing in common with them for anything long term. So, question is it does the age gap have as much
Taboo?
meaning
Stigma?
when it's a hookup versus a relationship? No matter what kind of relationship it is. FM, FF. What is your guys' thoughts there? If it's just like a one night stand kind of thing.
That I think because you're not dealing with power dynamics, I think is it happens, you gave into impulses and move on. But I think if you then pursue something long term, that's where it does sort of to me that dynamic is important to then know. But if it's just like a fleeting encounter, then it's like it is what it is.
Okay.
But then also if you're prowling for on the principle of like I want to go out and sleep with a young person, like if that's the intention behind it, I'm like that's icky as well. If you go out with the I want a barely legal child, a barely legal like person, I'm like no. That's that like you actively want to seek out 18, 19-year-old or because I think is that your age of consent over there? Because
Yeah.
ours is 16. You can consent to 16 as long as they are only 3 years within your age here. But if they are 18, 19, you have to then be 18 to consent to that. It gets a little funny here in Australia. But like if you're 42 and your intention is to go find an 18-year-old, I'm like that's weird, or a 19-year-old because they're legal. So it's not they're legal. It's like
Legal and moral, two different things.
yeah.
Ugh.
So I think if you're in that like older age bracket, it's different to hey look, you and I are having fun, we fool around, we have one night stand, and then I learn that you are a youngin. That's different. I think the intention behind the one night stand is also important.
That makes sense. Jay said, little to no meaning in a hookup, at least for gay guys. And then Dark added on, I think it depends on the power dynamic between the two people. If they're both of legal age and into it, a hookup isn't such a big deal. And Jay said, U.S. age of consent is state determined. And JC said that part, Skye. Yes. Honestly, because I don't read a lot of age gaps usually, I think I've never really thought about this in actual much detail. The way we're talking.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just
we
like,
also had.
huh.
I will preface this with child like trigger warnings and stuff. But have you heard the drama around Daddy's little or Daddy's favorite
Yes.
toy? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
that's an
Tori.
Australian author. So Dad's friend liked the daughter and when she was 3, but waited to do anything until she was 18 because then she's legal.
That's gross.
No, that is yeah. Sorry, that's very unattractive. But I'm like, no, that's weird.
Yeah, that's totally different than if they didn't meet at all until they were
but
above.
I think like with yours is
but because they watched them grow up.
No, I think with yours is okay. There is a big age gap, but there is no crossover until then. So it's okay. It just happens, and you don't usually go, "How old are you?"
Yeah,
Right.
and like I myself, to some extent, am a terrible judge of age. So like I would be the person to be like, okay, are you legal? Because I cannot tell, and I need you to be legal, please.
Yeah.
If you're not legal, walk away now.
Or is that weird ones where they're like, so and so actress, like the countdown to their 18, and I'm like, no, that's weird.
Oh God, no, that's even worse. No.
No. Because then it's appropriate to try to upskirt them with photos. And it's like, no, that's still weird. Still weird, people.
Yeah. JC and Jace both have, that's going to be hard to say if I have to say both names together, have both similar takes. They said, JC said, I don't like age gap stories. It's a complete turnoff. And Jace said, I'm not into age gap stuff. So I don't read a lot of it. I'm not against it, depending like what we're talking about on the circumstances surrounding the age gap. But like, I don't read a lot of it because it can just get icky quick, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
In your story, what you're talking about, perfectly fine.
No,
That's good.
Yours is fine.
Yeah, it's not like the person just turned 18 and moved to town and then.
No, it's she's new to town and you're no, that's different. Of you're new to town. I'm here. I think you're cute. Or
let's go have some fun.
Whatever. Let's have some fun. Like that's a different thing. Of like there is no preconceived notions going into it. Do you guys have any other turn-offs, like any other book icks that like immediate or tropes that turn you off immediately?
I do, but now that as soon as you asked the question, my mind was like, nope, we don't know any. I know I have some, I just cannot think of them.
I know mine is bury your gays. Like I have no problem if you kill off a gay character, if you're killing off other characters. But if you're killing that couple, that one person in that, like a gay character, for the sake of killing them or to then promote a plot, I'm like, no, that's not okay. Yeah. But if it's a war and 6 people had died on a battlefield, I'm like, well, that's a reasonable expectation. If you've got 12 main characters, like in a circle, and 6 of them died in a war, you're like, okay, that's statistically likely.
Yeah.
But no, just like I threw a Terry Brooks book across the room where he's like, I'm going to kill this character. They've just consummated their relationship. That's also why I stopped watching the 100 because like there was a female and then she got killed and I'm like
the face you made. Sorry, I was not laughing at what you were saying. I was laughing at the face.
No. It's like no, thank you. I'm going to stop this book now.
What about you, Steph? Can you think of anything off the top of your head that gives you automatic ick?
I think just stuff with like underage people involved with things, like underage situations. Also, I don't like it when like authors write high school characters doing things,
doing adult things.
Like, why don't we need to read it? Yeah, I don't need to read about
gratuitous sex in stories where the kids are 16.
Yeah, exactly.
They're young and dumb. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's one reason.
But for the most part, I don't read stories like that anyway, so it's very rare I come across that.
There's one reason I refuse on principle to pick up It by Stephen King.
But why?
They defeat Pennywise. It's a 1,200-page book. They've defeated Pennywise. 900 pages in, they're roaming around. The sewer. They're lost. How do we get back out? We don't know. We're 8 and 9. We're going to have an orgy.
One girl and a bunch of guys.
One guy. Yeah, they're 8 and 9 years old. in the book, I got told, I haven't read it, it's 8 or 9 years old, and then all of a sudden, we know how to get out. I don't need to read that. That is weird.
Hmm.
You're a middle-aged man writing that. That is weird. Yeah, no, I on principle refuse to read that book just for that. I don't care how good that book
When
is.
I was in high school, I watched a movie as a way to get over my fear of clowns, but that wasn't
No,
in the
they left
movie.
it out purposely.
Oh, there's a lot of like A Clockwork Orange. The story, like the book and the movie, are vastly different as well. So don't read that if you're not like children. No, I'm a bit like I
Yeah.
can do 16, 17-year-olds. Like, I don't need it for the sake of like smut, but like they are doing things. Like I remember at that age, I like there was fooling around, but
Right.
I don't need acts behaviors happening with like children. So 12 and under, I immediately like go, no, thank you. That's not appropriate. I'm like, if you're 16 and up, I don't need a play for play. I don't need to know exactly what's happening. But I'm not as
But it's afraid that it
yeah,
happened.
it happens. Like you
Yeah.
are an adult, adult-ish. But like that's fine. But like if you're little, no, I don't need that.
See. I think the one thing that would turn me off, and I can read it, but I definitely have to be in a specific mindset, is anything dealing with um, assault, whether physical or sexual in nature. It's not that I get the ick, it's just that I get so vehemently full of rage that I'm just like, I want to tear something apart and destroy something. If it's done just because, that annoys me so quickly. Like if there's no absolutely no reason for that to be in there, it annoys me the most. And as a plot device, basically, um, just to move the story along. Because of the fact that it happens so often in real life, I'm like, I don't want this in my fiction too. I realize it happens in real life, which is why I don't want it in my fiction. So it automatically is like, I don't want to read this.
No.
Looking at the comments, Dark says, I had an almost scary situation like that with a guy I totally clicked with until he was talking about things from my grad year like it was ancient history. And she said, wait, how old are you? Him, tall as fuck, with a super deep voice, 19. Needless to say, as I was 36, things went from wood to big sister energy super quick.
Yeah.
Jay says, Sky's brain works like mine. When I ask for examples of anything, it's an instant head empty. Yep. Jace agrees with the bury your gaze gets a growl out of me, actual visceral reaction, unless everyone else is dying too, like in horror.
Yeah. Like I'm not opposed to like characters in my LBGT community dying or being killed off if there is a reason. But I also don't want like great gay trauma books either. Like stuff. And it goes back to your video that I watched the other day and forgot to comment on of like tokenism and like diversity. Like don't put characters in just to tick a box. Don't don't have the token gay character or the token black character, but they die first. You're like, okay, well, you had them in there to be diverse, and then you're not actually treating them like a human being. But in a horror, if everyone's running around and it's a slasher movie, odds are they're not, or a slasher book, odds are they're not going to make it out. And that's a reasonable expectation.
Everyone dies. Woo!
Like I can handle that if it's a reasonable expectation of the book and it's not that they are being picked on. Like, no. Just pick on them because they're slower or they've got loud shoes or they go, what's that dark noise? Let's go investigate. I'm like, then you're just being stupid and you deserve to die.
Me on the couch with every horror movie. Don't go through that door. You know someone's behind it.
I also think you hear a noise and you know there's a killer. Hello, yes, they're going to be like, hi, sorry, just the murderer come to murder you. Like, sorry, don't mind?
How did I come in?
Yes, I've got a bloody machete. Let me come in. Like, no one in their logical right mind, even a murderer, will be like, Hi, my name's Joe.
I'm gonna give you all the details before I kill you. That way you know exactly who I am and why I'm killing you. By the way, it's just because.
Just because. Or I'm lonely. This seems like a fun idea today.
I was bored.
I was just gonna say that. I was bored. It seemed
On,
like something
on
fun to
Tuesdays,
do.
we do murder.
And on Wednesdays we wear pink.
Because we couldn't get the blood out of the shirts.
Oh my goodness. Oh, let's see. Did I catch up on all the comments?
Yes, we are caught up.
All right. Let's go ahead and do another sprint then. Because I feel like we can't come back from that yet. Unless you got something stuff. Nothing.
Nothing. Got
All right.
nothing.
Let's do another sprint. 25 minutes. The clock did start for a little bit for us because I wasn't paying attention. Here's our second prompt for anyone who needs it. You don't have to write it. It says, we don't have to stay married for long if you'd rather not. It's just until we produce an heir, which kind of goes along with what we were talking about, honestly. Whoopsie daisy. Unintentionally. All right, 25 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. that's time, everyone. Let us know what you did, how you did in the comments.
I got an email on my phone, and it was from Barnes& Noble saying, hey, reminder, your promotion went through that I scheduled like weeks ago. So then I shared it in the chat. It's just a 50% off coupon for my first book, only at Barnes& Noble. And why did I decide to do that? Because my books weren't really moving. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just promote it. And then I forgot to promote the upcoming sale. Okay. And in my brain, I was like, I'll start it on Saturday, the day of the stream. And because then there'll be a lot of people in the stream I can chat about it with. And I totally forgot about it. Anyway, and then I was like, about once a week, I'll hop on the different places where I have my ebook, because I have it like on Drafted Digital, like most ebook places, and then I have it directly in Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Kindle Unlimited, and Google Play. So about once a week or so, I go around and see how much my book is not moving. Last week, I saw that in Hoopla, my book was checked out like 2 or 3 times. So I was like, woo, that was like $1.60, ecstatic. And then today I went and saw that somebody bought one of each of my books, like books 1 through 4 of the Ways of Love and Laughter, Sand and Second Chances, Holidays in a Small Town, and A Change of Heart.
I like how you stumbled over it too, because
I know my titles.
do
It's
you
fine.
though? Do you?
Was it? Oh, right. Sorry. Holidays in a Small Town, not a holiday. Holidays in a Small Town. And the last one, which has only been out for like a couple, maybe a week, 2 weeks, is called A Change of Heart. And no, I don't know that one by heart anyway, because I literally came up with the title the day I released it. So I was like, oh, and then I was like, oh, look at that. So it's exciting. Every so often I'll be like, maybe I'll stop writing because no one's buying my books or reading them anymore. And then about that time, when I feel like I'm going to stop writing forever, something will come up at
Thank
somewhere
you.
in one of the vendor places and be like, oh, look, someone bought my book. I guess I'll continue. So if it was anybody in these streams or whatever, thanks. Maybe you made a little step and pep in my day. But if it wasn't, then I'm totally fine. I just know it was someone from the United States, because it tells you what country that they bought it from, but it doesn't tell you like state or name or anything like that. So that's exciting. Woohoo.
What about you, Heather?
That's about it.
What about you? How'd you do?
I wrote a prophecy for this book.
Ooh.
That's the
Okay.
Blood Witch.
That one's the one
book.
that has blood magic. Got it.
Yeah, this is the blood
Makes
magic
sense. It's
one.
red.
That's why it's red. And I tried to do some of Gargoyle, but my brain just went, no. And I was like, okay. I'm having a lot, like, it really is like Leanne's editing a book that's going into an anthology. Speak of the devils in the back. You can come in, Bubba. My little dragon's being a good girl, waiting to actually have permission
Aww.
to come into the office. So I've got to edit that, and then, but after that's released, I actually don't have anything set to release. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I think the problem is I want to write everything at the same time, and my brain is just getting overwhelmed with wanting everything.
I know that feeling. It happens all the time. All the time.
Yes.
What does that notebook say on the cover? Because it's backwards for me. And I think that's what keeps throwing me off, is I keep trying to read that.
Well, it says
Okay.
Project Hollowborn.
Okay.
It just says Project Hollowborn.
I managed to write words. I stopped the timer in time. Go me. And I wrote, how many words did I write? 449 words. and I think I've completed this
Yay.
chapter, which means I've almost completed this story, and it'll be ready for beta reading whenever I figure out what I'm doing with it.
I said you could come in. Gentle.
I can come in.
That's a dragon.
Do you want to say hi to my friends?
Hello, little dragon.
Hi. Look, what's that?
What's what? The light?
No, the cat.
That's the timer.
Timer? Why do you need a timer?
So I know when I need to do all my righty work.
Righty work?
Yeah, because today's. And you can see your hands, can't you?
Yeah! And my face!
And your face. Close your mouth. So you want to go do some drawing, or are you going to hang out?
I'm going to do some drawing.
You want to do some
But
drawing?
why do you have a microphone in here?
Because I like microphones.
So do I.
Yeah. Nosy little goober.
Let's see.
Fun?
She is too cute.
Yeah.
Dark got 700 words because the spicy spice is the easiest part to write for them. Jace got a good bit written. 2025 MC just got smacked in the face with the first clue. She's not in the right time zone. Now I'm intrigued, Jace. I need to know what's going on. Because, like, what do you mean she's not in the right time zone? Like, did she teleport?
Like time zone in the day or time zone in like they belong in like 1792 and now they're in 2025.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just pulled a random year and I'm like, but it's fine.
JC said, aw, hi, and absolutely adorable. And Dark said adorable. Talking about dragon. Little dragon. Little dragon, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not so little anymore. But no, she's been around for a bit.
When I finish this story, I'll be stuck in the same place that you are, where there's like I've got all the things that I want to write, but no desire to write any of them. I fully expect it. Just want to get through this piece first, though. Okay, so JC said the bus terminal she arrived in has segregated bathrooms. Ooh. I agree with JC's comment. And Dark said, my boys are 10 and 12. They're definitely not little anymore.
Mine can still fit on my lap. They're still little. It's fine. Maybe not the whole body can fit on my lap. But Jackson still lets me give him a hug in public. I know. He's
aren't you privileged?
He's 12, so I will take it as long as he will let me do it.
Yeah.
Illy lets me hold her hand in public, but that's because she's terrified of bugs. So there's that.
Mum can protect me.
Yes.
Mum can protect you from the bugs.
And then in the morning, Jackson will wake up. He'll wake me up, and I'll just fling back my blanket from out my pillow, and he'll lay there. I'll hold on to him for like 20 minutes, and he'll get up. That's it. That's what we do in the morning.
JC, you do not have a 22-year-old daughter. You're too young for that.
Every
nonsense.
time, I keep thinking JC has a teenager, and then she mentions her daughter's actual age. And I'm just like, no way. You're lying.
Mine are, at the end of this year, they will be 17, 15, and 13.
No.
Lying.
Yes.
No.
The ones I have here with me will be 15 and 13 at the end of the year. My oldest is in Arizona.
Yeah, my kids are the same age. At the end of this year, I'll have a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old. So
She turned 5 last
happy
Sunday.
birthday.
which is why you were like, yes, you can come on live. I didn't think. And I was like, but I'm out with my child on her birthday now. And it's Easter Sunday. I graduated high school the year your child was born, JC.
I graduated in
Primary school. Primary school. Primary school.
2000 and was it 2000? No, 2001. I graduated.
I'm a baby. What?
No, I graduated primary school. Yeah, no, primary school.
I agree with Dark. 2003 was only like 5 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
Yes.
No, because I don't want to be like 12 again. Might make some different life choices, but I don't want to be 12
Right?
again. That sucked.
Okay. I wish I missed when she was a baby. Jason says it's liminal. Wow, can I talk? Sci-fi horror, so she doesn't get the chance to get indignant since she's trying to hide. I cannot read, apparently. That's because I've been up for almost 24 hours now. It's fine. It's fine. I promise it's fine.
In 2003, I was a whole 20 years old. Yes, that's right. I did the math. I can count.
I cannot count. I'm sitting here with the calculator
Yes.
pulled up going, how old am I in 2003?
Well,
12.
it's easy for me because my birth year ended in 3. So
You would
just count ahead by
you
10.
would think that I would be able to do that math since I was born in a 0 year. I was 13 at the time in 2003.
You are a baby.
And Heather, it sounds like Heather was too.
A tiny,
We were babies.
tiny baby.
A little baby.
Because I graduated in 2008.
Me too.
JC
high
was I
school.
was 2000. I was 23 in 2003.
My oldest daughter was born in 2008. This is fine though, because I'm usually the youngest in a group. Usually the youngest. So it is okay that you guys are younger than me. I feel privileged. I am not the youngest in this little group that we have going here on the screen.
Remember how I was talking earlier about how I'm a terrible judge of age? I wouldn't have even tried guessing because I would have gotten everyone's ages wrong. I would have made everyone at least 10 years younger than they actually are. Because I keep forgetting my own age with that too. And I'm like, oh wait. Because I cannot tell. I am terrible with age. Let's see. Jace was 26 in 2003. I like how this became how old were we in certain years?
JC was 23 in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
JC's like, yes, someone older than me. Woo!
Woohoo.
And Jay says, you're a millennial ex-cusp then, yeah. And JC says, y'all take that, Skye. Make me younger, please. Oh. Dark says, I don't feel like I'm almost 40. It's weird.
So, earlier this year, I was like, I'm 40. And my kids are like, no, Mom, you're 42. I'm like, are you sure? Yeah, we can do math. They're right. I was wrong.
No.
I stopped counting.
No, you were the meaning of life, the world, and the universe.
Yeah. So
That is who you are.
I actually made like an Instagram account to post my book reviews on, separate from my author stuff. And I put 42 in the channel name because 42 is the answer to the universe and everything, right? But then the kids were like, no, wait, Mom, you did that because you're 42 this year. And that's why I was like, no, I'm not. And they're like, yes, you are. And then I did the math. And then I went home and cried. So I stopped counting like a long time ago. Stopped counting.
So my family, this, I don't know why we actually started doing this, but there, we joked about the fact that my dad was the youngest of three, and the younger of his two older brothers was 15 years older than him, and his oldest brother was 30 years older than him, and both of them passed away when they turned 45. So there was a running joke that he wanted to break the curse. So when he turned 45, he wanted to start counting backwards. So when he was the year he turned 46, he was 45 again, and then he was 44. And I don't know what number we're on now, but we've been going backwards ever since. I've lost count. And I cannot do that math in my head right now. Let's see. He is 16 this year, according to that math.
Well, I've got to be careful of those age gaps now. Ta-ta. But just tell him he's born in a leap year. Like,
JC, I will be 45 in June 10th. Dark says, I'm eating Twizzler pull and peels. I love those, by the way. Those are great. Listening to K-pop and writing at 2 a.m. This is peak 18-year-old me behavior. It's fine. I'm fine.
you just live your best
That
life.
sounds like the life to me. I'm just saying. Gonna eat some Twizzlers, listen to some K-pop, and write at 2 a.m. That sounds like the dream.
Like
A Twizzler's licorice.
like 10 years ago,
That's the stupid good.
that would be me, except for I'd be playing video games at 2 a.m. Not
See?
writing.
A Twizzler's licorice.
Basically. They have a different taste than
Yeah.
licorice.
Okay.
And a little bit different texture. They're easier to bite through, and they're not black licorice. They're like
Oh, we get red licorice here, like raspberry licorice. So. And what's a pull
You're-
and peel?
So the way, let me just pull up a picture if I can find it. You can peel the strips off of it and just eat them as like little shoestrings. That's the easiest way I can describe it. Which probably makes no sense whatsoever.
That's right. I literally typed in pull and peel, and it's brought up a whole bunch of Twizzlers.
okay,
Yes, they're cherry licorice. Okay.
but they do come in different flavors. Grape is the best flavor.
Wrong. Wrong.
Oh, and what is the best flavor?
Cherry.
Skye?
Well, let me
I don't know, but the apple one looks
Ooh,
interesting.
Apple?
But I don't like licorice.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's an apple Twizzlers pull and peel.
Ooh,
Green
I'm
apple.
gonna try that because green apple is one of my favorite flavors.
At walmart.com. There's a picture
Hold
of
on,
it.
I'm
I'm
just gonna
Googling.
share this tab.
'cause-
Share this tab instead. There we go. So this is the pull and peels.
Okay.
Actually, one of my favorite types of candy, to be honest.
It looks like a string cheese.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Didn't think of it that way until now, but yeah, kind of. I will never look at Twizzlers the same way again.
You can use them as straws? What the?
She went down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I did over here. Nope. Thank you.
We've now lost Heather to the depths of internet Twizzlerland. It's fine.
Oh, Jay says there are 2 steps from 50. Oh dear. You've got this. Dark says, but I do have work at 9, so that sucks. And yes, Twizzlers are cherry licorice. Orange regular Twizzlers are good if you chomp off either end and drink Sprite through it. Don't think I have ever tried that. JC does not like Twizzlers, hates them, in fact.
See, I'll eat Twizzlers, but I'm not so big on licorice. It's I think it's just how thick licorice is compared to Twizzlers. I'm not sure. They taste a little different.
They do. And Red Vines is one of the brands of licorice here.
Yeah, I like Red Vines.
Okay.
I go up and down. Sometimes I like it, and then sometimes I'm like, this is the grossest thing I've ever tasted.
Well, before I got new teeth, I used to like just chomp on the Red Vines all the time when I was video gaming or working on the computer, but I can't bite through it very well anymore. I used to be able to like eat gummy bears and gummy worms, and I cannot bite through them all the way. I've literally choked myself by eating them because I thought I bit through all the way, but with my dentures in, it's hard to tell that if I bite through it all the way or not.
No. We do see something similar with Tim Tams as the Sprite thing. But Tim Tams are like a chocolate sandwich biscuit sandwich. They're like covered in chocolate, but you like nip off both corners and you drink like hot drinks them like tea. They're called Tim Tam Slams. They're good. Or like coffee, but I don't drink coffee, but like just a hot drink through it. And it melts like the cream in the inside.
Interesting. One day I will probably try a Tim Tam.
It's a writer's post.
Let's see. Jay said when they release the filled ones, like the orange cream or key lime pie, that's what I like. Okay. I don't think I've ever tried the filled ones of Twizzlers. JC says, you know what I miss? Pixie sticks. My kids brought home pixie sticks, and oh dear. Oh dear. That was a day. I think more pixie stick powder ended up on the floor than in their mouth because they could not figure out how to open it and dump it in their mouth. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
But they do know how to eat normally, right? They do understand that concept.
The pixie sticks nowadays are in the plastic tubes instead of the paper ones. So it's not a matter of like ripping the top off and then dumping it. It is actually, if you don't use scissors, it is a struggle to get them open. And I think you're supposed to use scissors these days to get them open. But they're sitting there trying to bite the end off to get this pixie stick open.
So the ones around here, they're still in paper. They're not in plastic.
I think
down
it depends
here
on the brand.
in Texas. Yeah,
because these were
probably.
just colored tubes with no branding whatsoever. Whereas I remember the paper ones said pixie sticks on the wrapper.
Gotcha. You know, I'll go to this corner store and I will get a little package of Pop Rocks. My kids don't like the feeling of it in their mouth, so I get to have it all myself. I don't have to share.
That's about what it sounds like, honestly. Dark says we are into old D&D snacks that I haven't had forever now. And Jay says the giant plastic ones they had when we were kids, like a whole bucket of sugar. JC loved it so much. Remember the giant plastic pixie sticks?
It's like sherbet. Okay. Basically sherbet. Okay.
Sherbet?
Oh, we got them in the plastic ones. Yeah, sherbet. I'm just looking at pixie sticks and like basically it's sherbet.
Powdered sugar in a tube, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Jace. Yeah, I remember the Fun Dips. Fun Dips were good. They were too much work. Just pour the sugar down my throat, please. Paper was way better for the environment. Agreed wholeheartedly. I'm trying to think. We were getting groceries today, and one of the things that we used to do growing up is when there was a couple of like mom and pop gas stations that were near enough to where the ponies were that we would ride to the gas station, get a 25-cent ice cream, and then ride back. And that was our ride for the day. And one of the ice creams I used to get was called a banana jamma. It was banana ice cream with chocolate covering. And they don't sell it anymore. They don't even sell anything similar to it anymore. The closest thing I've gotten was an actual frozen banana dipped in chocolate, and they would put that on a popsicle stick and called that an ice cream. I'm like, that's not the same thing at all. It's not ice cream.
No, that's nice cream. We call it nice cream. No, sorry, I'm taking part in a writing challenge this month from thing, and someone apparently managed to write 35,000 words in one day. I'm like,
How?
How is one doing
Dictation?
this? Yeah.
Maybe like lots of dictation.
I'm trying to think of how
Yeah, but
many words they would write an hour to do that. Let's see,
still.
24. 1,500 words an hour roughly across 24 hours. I mean,
But
it's
that's like nonstop
doable,
writing.
I guess.
You know, someone apparently on this thing has written 459,000 words this month. I'm like, no, how? How has one done this? That's averaging.
That's a lot.
I think
It's daily, not like collaborative. Like,
I feel like someone has a
accumulative.
typo maybe.
Yeah, no, she's pulling out the big numbers. But I'm like, that is just.
I mean, good for them.
beyond.
But I'm just like,
Oh yeah, amazing for them, but like, see, that's my problem. I'm like, I want to write big things, but I don't know what I want to write.
let's see. JC, and another one I loved were Fireballs. Fireballs, now and later's Charleston Chews.
Yeah.
JC and I had the same thought. You sure that's not a typo? Dark says, I did 18K in one day with just typing. I've done that too. I think the max I've ever done was 17K. Somewhere between 16 and 17K in one day.
How?
Without dictation. But 35K in one day?
Yeah, no. Like, more power to them, but I'm just like, some of these are big word days. Like, good for them, but.
I can't imagine doing that. I can't. Maybe once upon a time, but now, no.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get 50,000 words this month, and I have apparently in here only put 16 and a half.
How dare you? You need to step it up.
Not going to happen. I know, but the problem is I'm at that. I don't know what I'm writing. I don't know what I want to write.
Dark is over here doing math for us. 3K an hour for 6 hours with a few breaks. Now and later.
That's like.
I mean, it's doable.
It's doable if you know exactly what you're going to be writing. But if you're just like, what's next? What do I write now? That's harder to do.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I veer away even when I have an outline and I'm like, I'm going to stick to this outline. I always veer away from said outline, no matter what. Always, every time. Even if it's just a little bit and I find my way back to it. And whenever that happens, there's no way I'm going to get the larger numbers in. It just does not work that way. For me. Ooh, I agree with Dark though. Then I have to ask if they are good words. I'd rather have good words than garbage words when I need to revise 50% of. Yeah.
Yeah, I like having a more clean draft. Not like 100% clean, but a cleaner draft. So there's less editing on the other end. Less like, what the heck was I trying to say here? I wasn't trying to say chicken. I don't know what that word was supposed to be. You know what? I don't know. I'll just remove that whole sentence. We'll go on without it.
Yeah. 18K is a far cry from 35K. Yeah, definitely. JC says there's still one up the street from where I am, and they still sell the same old school candy. Ooh, nice. Haven't been there in a while, but it's still there. I've seen Now and Laters, and then there's another company that's putting out a candy that's basically Now and Laters with a different name, and I don't remember the name of that candy either, but saltwater taffy is another one that I've been seeing a lot more recently that I used to see all the time, then it disappeared for a while and now it's back.
There's this pit stop we always used to make in Montana.
They look like Starburst.
In Montana.
No, Now and Laters are basically Starburst, but they're tougher.
They're a little harder.
They're not soft and sweet.
I'm just Googling to see what they are.
We're introducing you to all new candies.
Just my long list when I eventually make it over to America of what I need to try and buy.
I'm gonna make a care package and send it across.
That's right. It's on my bucket list one day. Is I want to do Halloween in Portland. Don't ask me why I want Portland, but do Halloween in
Huh.
Portland one day.
That's an interesting choice. of
Portland,
places.
Oregon, or Portland, Maine? So one's on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast.
Oregon, because I also want to go up to Vancouver
Okay,
in
all right,
Canada.
okay.
And I had to think for a second. I was like, no, in my head I was like, Maine. I do like, but then I was like, no, I want this side because I want to go up to Canada
Okay.
because that's the side of I've done Canada before. I'm like, I want to go back up that
Okay.
way. So yeah,
All right.
Portland, Oregon.
What I want to do though is I want to do Halloween in Salem,
Oh,
Massachusetts, on the East Coast. That's what I want
Same.
to do.
Mm.
Haven't made it there yet. Probably won't anytime this year.
Jay said, I'd rather write 1K that doesn't need a lot of revision than shovel out 18K words of crap and delete 17K of crap. Been there, done that.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, not with your sweet potato Nazi in there. I
Yeah,
ain't coming,
same.
sweetheart. Sorry, I agree, JC. Not why you've got a sweet potato Nazi.
Nope, you're good because I
Sorry,
agree 100%.
but
Let's see.
Not coming.
Oh, Dark found lemon heads at Dollar Tree. And now and later took more than half of my loose teeth as a kid. Yep. Okay. So, hopping back and forth between two different subjects here, I'm going to go back to the writing related one. Do we want to do another sprint? Let's get
sure.
some good words, but not 35K worth of words. I am not
Why
that good.
not?
25 minutes to do however many words we can. But I don't know about you guys, but I can't do 35K at that time.
Maybe I just turn on dictation and just scream into
That's
the
what the
void.
35K is. Just
Why I the love cat, dog, chicken,
stream of consciousness.
Right.
Butterscotch.
butterscotch. Yeah. Yeah, that is also the thing where I've slowed down my writing because I'm trying to do cleaner drafts. So, because editing and I are not friends. We don't like the editing.
I do way more writing than I've ever done editing. So whenever I get to editing, I'm like, I don't want it. All right. Here is the third prompt for anyone who wants it. It says, you don't have to love me, but we're married, and I do expect loyalty in our marriage. 100% agree with that. And
I don't have to love you, but
Yep.
I will tolerate you.
23 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, this time, what did you do? How did you do it? Let us know.
Got given
Yum
dinner.
yums.
I got through a few more like outlines of chapters. Chapter 6.
I wrote 469 words. That is good enough for me. I am almost done with this chapter.
Yeah. I figured out how they could get massive word counts. It doesn't mean it's quality writing, because I just screamed into the void for a lesbian Red Riding Hood retelling. I got 708 words.
Okay.
But I'm not going to keep any of them. I don't know how many of them I'm keeping, but that's not the point, right?
The point is the word count. Don't you know?
Yeah, exactly, isn't it? Yeah. It is when it's a word challenge, I guess.
That is funny. Food is starting to sound delicious. And I think on the next sprint, I'm going to finish this chapter because I don't think I have that many words left, and find something to eat because I want food. And there's a box of donuts staring me in the face, but I don't want to eat that. I need food.
Yeah, I think eat
Names
something
before
too next.
dessert.
Dark went to bed, which makes sense because they had to be up at 9 a.m. They finished writing the climax of the scene they were working on before they crashed, though.
Were they writing the smutty scenes or
Jace was craving chicken in a bad way. Might have to run to the store when it opens. And eggs and cheese, basically the whole protein spectrum. Weaver Words is here. Hello.
Hi.
Just woke up and joined 12-hour marathon. Yep, we're on the second stream. We've got what? Four-ish hours, 3.5 hours left to go of the second stream. So plenty of time. You'll get plenty of writing in it. It's good. And Jace said, I adulted at 8, so I don't gnaw off a limb. Nom noms. JC worked on some more poems, but am thinking about calling it a night soon. That makes sense. It's late for you. It's very late for you. It's like almost 6 a.m. So
I might make some more coffee.
Ooh, that makes sense. Yep.
But I was also... Leanne also brought me my little writing companion, which provoked Gargoyle, because it was our anniversary present.
Oh.
It's a gargoyle!
It's a gargoyle! It's a build-a-bear gargoyle. His name is Delaney, which is why I was like, I want to write a gargoyle book. And then I can put him on my table for signings and be like, ta-da! He's pretty.
And you've got props for whenever you have the gargoyle book in hand that you can do lots of photos with. Look at that. Multitasking.
Yeah. It's also just squishy and cool.
Let's see. Weaver is asking, will it just be this stream? So this is the second one of 2. We were on Stephanie's channel last night at 7 p.m. Central, and then we moved from Stephanie's channel to my channel with an hour break in between.
Yes.
No one
napped in.
No.
I am going to crash hard when we get done with the stream, though, because I was like, my original plan was to go into work with Justin so I could do laundry, because I do need to do some laundry. But I'm thinking at this point, I'm going to crash and burn when he leaves and then just do laundry after he gets off. That sounds like a better plan to me. And Jay says, it's not the end of my day, it's like the late beginning. JC says, keeping your limbs intact is important. Oh, I missed the cat. Oops. Pause. We'll come back to you. Don't worry. We're not abandoning you, Nixie. We love you. This is what I get for not paying attention.
But if you do want a productivity stream tomorrow, I'm going live on my channel at 9 my time. So I don't know what time that is for you.
Like 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. your time?
9 a.m.
Okay.
for a few hours
Well,
while my little dragon is at school.
Have you scheduled it already?
okay,
I'm gonna go cheat and
Yeah.
look at the YouTube and be like, that's time for me.
yes. I love how YouTube
I
does
do
that.
too. Makes it so much easier. See. Weaver says, wow, I can't type. I need coffee. And JC was saying the gargoyle is cute, which I completely agree. Weaver says, you all look exhausted. To be fair, the only reason I look exhausted is because I have now officially been up for 24 hours as of an hour ago. Because I worked Friday night, was doing stuff Saturday morning, and then went straight from those events from Saturday into the writing stream on Steph's channel, and now we're doing it on my channel. So, like, I have been awake for 24 hours now. I don't do well with 24-hour days anymore. And one of these days, it will catch up and bite me in the arse.
Let's see. Today's the 27th. Yes. Okay. So Heather is going live at 8:15 p.m. my time today.
I might still be at the
Later
laundromat
today.
which means I can totally join you. Just not on screen. I'll be in the chat.
Yay! That's fun.
See, oh, I see.
No, it's just me. I drop my child at school, go for a wander around my block, and then come back and do some productivity.
That's the way to do it. Yeah. Got to get it done somehow.
Yep.
JC agrees with me. I don't think anyone does. Talking about doing well when staying up for 24 hours. No.
I remember the first time I was, not having a job, and then they called me and said, "Hey, come on in." And so I did like a day shift too, like regular, like a 3 to 11, 3 to 11. Then I did a 7 to 3, and then I did a midnight shift. But it was August, middle of summer for us, and so I hadn't mastered napping in the middle of the daylight. So by the time I went to work and came home, it was, I think I'd stayed up for like almost like 38 hours or something like that. And I was on my way home, and I was like, well, I'm pretty sure there's not leopards and hyenas running around in our trees outside, so I'm going to go to sleep. And I crashed for like 11 hours. It was awesome. Like, it was good sleep. I needed it. But then after that, I quickly mastered the art of naps, regardless of what time it was.
Naps are very.
That was a long. Yeah.
I do have days where I stay up for 24 hours because insomnia is a bitch. But luckily, those don't happen very often anymore. And I feel like the insomnia is due in part to stress. So as long as I keep my stress levels down, I don't have as many insomnia issues. So that's fun.
So Illy is in this time. So Ileana, she's going to be 15 next month. About once a year, sometimes twice a year, she'll have this funk where she'll be like, oh, it's 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I'm going to stay awake. I'm going to wake up and it's morning time. She used to do that. The first time she did that, she was like 8 months old. She did it for like 6 weeks straight. She would just wake up at like 3 a.m. and be awake, but not crabby. Like, she would just power through. And now she'll like get up. She's been waking up like around 1, and then 4 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock. Last night she woke up at 2 and 5. And then like the 2 days before that, she was up like at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I always tell the kids, like, when you wake me up so I know you're awake. So she does. But then like Jackson will wake, and then she'll let me know she's awake, and she'll hang out here in the living room, let brother sleep because they share a room. And then like Jackson will wake up, and so I'm woken up like 4 or 5 times sometimes before I actually get up for the day. That's exhausting. So I'm like, is it time to go back to normal sleeping arrangements for you? Because she'll do it for about 4 to 6 weeks. And then all of a sudden she's like, nope, I need to sleep again. But she only is like once a year. And it's not always the same time of year. So you would think it's because the season is changing just randomly.
Interesting. Apparently I missed some comments. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit and see what I missed. And JC also said, Stephanie, 30 plus hours is a lot.
It was a lot.
What did I miss? Okay. Jace said something about now and later's took out more than half of my loose teeth as a kid. And then JC commented back, okay, I missed those comments. And it says, see, now and later's never ruined my teeth because, and I don't mean this to sound how it's going to sound, I sucked the now and later down so I didn't have to bite down on it.
Like, do you mean like suck it down until like it was just soft enough, and then you didn't have to like bite down on the hard candy? That's what I would do.
Same. You're right. That sounds terrible. I love it. Just scrolling up to make sure I didn't miss any other comments.
You know, if I didn't have my desk I was sitting at, and I was sitting on my bed like I usually did before I got my desk and chair, I'd probably have been like, peace out hours ago. Just because this bed is more comfortable to like accidentally take a nap on.
Near the end of your stream and right at the first start of this stream, I caught my second wind, and so like I was wide awake and nothing would have put me down. I would not have been able to sleep at all. Even if I'd laid down, I would have been like, okay, can we sleep now? And I'm not still in that moment now, but I'm still wide awake enough awake that I'm like, it would take me a bit to fall asleep if I laid down right now. Which is always fun.
And to the point where like I'm tired and I could probably fall asleep sitting here, but as soon as I went to go lay down in bed, I'd be like,
I'm awake now.
I'm awake.
Yep. Let's see.
JC says no, that was it. No other comments.
So have you now thought about the retellings that I asked in the last sprint? Now you've had time to.
Oh. I honestly did not think about it after that. I'm a terrible person that way.
I mean, I really like Beauty and the Beast retellings because you can get told in different ways and forms. But as far as who I'd want it to write, I don't really.
But we do it on the Oregon Trail, right?
I thought that'd be nice. I thought that'd be a cool one to do, but they didn't do it right.
Yeah, I feel like that. I have not read any of Meredith's writing. Meredith E. Phillips, who does historical writing, but just listening to how she brainstorms stuff, I almost want to see her write a Beauty and the Beast retelling, or any kind of retelling, honestly, because I would like to see what she does with it in the historical sense.
Right. Yeah, no, I haven't read any of her writing. I mean, I've watched her videos and watched her brainstorm and like things like that. But I haven't read any of her writing personally.
Because if she were to write something about like, and I'm thinking along the lines of the Oregon Trail things, because I think that idea could be a good story, but I don't think it was executed right in that particular novel.
Right.
It could
No,
have
I
been
have to agree
better.
with you on that one.
So I would almost be interested in seeing someone else take that idea and just do it differently and do it better. That's not quite the right word I want to use, but close enough.
Do it justice.
Thank you. Yes. I'm trying to think of all the authors I actually read though, and who I think would do well doing a retelling. The problem is, especially like the past 2 years, I've read so many new authors, at least new to me. I haven't done a lot of rereading of authors I've read before that I'm like, I can't think of anyone who I think I know they're writing well enough to know they would do a retelling extremely well.
I know there's a lot of authors that are doing retellings, but I haven't really, other than the Oregon Trail one. And really, the only reason I picked the Oregon Trail one was because my family traveled on the Oregon Trail. Like my ancestors, I'm from Oregon. I really liked learning about the Oregon Trail growing up. And Beauty and the Beast is my favorite fairy tale, so I thought that would be a good story to read. But I don't really do a lot of fairy tale retelling. Like I don't read a lot of it.
I
It doesn't have, yeah, it doesn't have to necessarily be fairy tale. That's why I was like tale. But I did. This is like one of my default questions at author interviews. Do you know who Juliette Marillier is?
the name sounds familiar,
As
but
an
I
author,
don't know.
she wrote like this, like the Grimm Black Brothers and like Daughter of the Lake or Daughter of the Forest and then anyway, she's like a fantasy author, right? And I asked her, and her answer was T. Kingfisher doing Baba Yaga.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. And see, I do read a lot of
think I-
retellings
I think
and
I-
reimaginings.
Yeah.
I watched a video from Elliot Brooks the other day, and let me see if I can find it because I don't know how new the video was, where she was talking about different authors she would like to see take on a different version of Fae. And she did 3 different classifications of Fae, like the mythological, folklore kind, the tall, immortal human kind, and then the, mischievous,
The smutty one. Oh,
like,
okay.
she put them in 3 different categories, and then she explained which authors she thought would do well writing
Interesting.
those styles. And it was such a well thought out video, and I was like, "Okay, I haven't read any of the authors she was talking about, but it was interesting to see her take on them." I'm trying to find the video so I can put it in the comments section. There it is.
Well, that's one of the reasons she's going to be an elf. Is I'm like Fae, like no, true. Like I will read them 100%, but I'm just like I think Fae are a little overdone now. Like they've done their ways, and just like I love me a shadow daddy. I would like a shadow mummy.
Ooh, yeah, that would be nice.
But I also do have an author who just had one come out. She's a world walker. Just see if I can see the book. It's Natasha Madden, and it's The Spark of Madness. And her world walking witch, has shadow magic, and that was good. But I'm like, no. So I think we're at that point where I'm like, they're just a little oversaturated of Fae and shadow daddies.
There's so many Fae books, but when it really comes down to it, I honestly haven't read a lot. The one that I remember reading, and not to say that these 2 authors were what started it all, but in a way it feels like it, and that's Holly Black with the Tithe series. I think that was the name of the series. Like, but well
She
before
does.
Cruel Prince came out, because I know everyone talks about Cruel Prince, but I remember one of her first series.
Yeah, the Tithe is a Fae series she's done.
I remember reading that.
She also has a standalone, and it's like a Fae prince in a glass coffin. I'm just seeing if I can see it on my shelves or if it's inside.
So Typh comes from the series. It's apparently called Modern Fairy Tale, and it's Typh, Valiant, and
Yeah.
Ironside. And I remember those being really popular. And then the other author is
Mm.
Julie Kagawa, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Those two are the ones that
Julie Kagawa.
yes, those two are the ones that I really remember. And then it feels like after those two started putting out Fae stories, it just exploded from there. And I realize that's probably not the case. It just feels
Yeah.
like that way for me.
That's right. Holly Black's one is The Darkest Part of the Forest is a standalone.
Okay. I haven't read that one. And then
No. It's not on my shelves here, but that's the one I'm thinking of.
Julie's book that I remember reading was the series was The Iron Fae, and it starts with
Yeah.
if the page will load.
The Iron King. Iron King.
I feel like there was another one before that.
She's maybe. I know she's redoing them
Why is Amazon being
as well. And the only thing I've read from Julie Kagawa is Talon, and it's like Dragon Shifters.
Yeah, I remember reading Talon too. That was my introduction to her before I read any of the Fae ones. Let me put these in a different order. Maybe that'll help me figure what I'm looking at. Location date, please. Thank you. Peas and carrots.
Laura K. Hamilton.
I've read a lot of Hamilton.
I have nothing against it. I haven't gone back because I was 15 and a co-worker at work went, you like things, read Kiss of a Shadow at 15 with no context of what happens on like page 2. And I'm not a prude, but that information should be given to you. Also, don't give your 15-year-old co-worker a smashy book when you're 27 to read.
I'm so sorry. My introduction to her was the Anita Blake series, and I think I didn't like it because of the fact that in the very, very, very first book, in like the very first chapter, she talked about how much she hated vampires, and less than two chapters later, she was
doing stuff
with the Vampire King. And I'm like, girl,
seriously,
what a hypocrite you are.
No, I remember getting onto like page 2 of the Laura Campbell book I got given, and it's a fairy orgy, and I went, oh, okay.
Yep.
Did not sign up for
Fairy
this.
smut. That's great.
Did not sign up for this.
Fairy smut.
Which is fine. But if you don't know what that is, and it also shouldn't be page 2.
I'm so sorry.
So I have run away from her because I'm like, no, don't want to. I'm scared.
Yes, the Iron King was the I think started with the Iron Queen or I don't know. I recognize the older covers, the new covers I didn't recognize, so I was like, is that the same series I'm thinking of? I don't know.
They have just re-released them, I think.
Okay.
Who's Rebecca Ross?
That makes sense.
So I'm just Googling things now. Does she do the Divine People? Yes. I'm just looking at the authors that Elliot said. Oh, I want to read this one. The Ninth Reign. That's on my list to read. Well, she's the Divine Rivals person. Okay.
Yeah, Divine Rivals and Ruthless Vows. Yep. That's on my list to read, but I haven't read them yet.
Yeah. So they're just the authors that are mentioned in that video from Elliot. So I was like, who are these authors? So let's have a look.
Yeah.
But is there a mythological creature or race that you want to see get more books written about?
I want to see more creatures of different mythologies other than like I think one of the reasons I like Skin of the Sea so much, which was the Little Mermaid retelling, is that it introduced me to some of the Orishas, which I had heard of, but I didn't know anything about. which is from African mythology. I don't remember which actual region of Africa
Oh, she's Welsh.
off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
no. Welsh and Nigerian. The Mami Wata.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've just Googled it. I'm like, it's that thing.
But I'm so used to seeing Greek mythology. I'm so used to seeing. I've seen some Roman, not as much Roman because it's kind of correlates with
Roman doesn't really have their own. Roman just kind of steals it from
Yeah.
other.
Same, but different to Greek.
Yeah. I've seen Celtic quite a bit. I would like to see more Korean mythology, honestly.
Korean.
That would be great. And I would like to see more what is the Kieran from? Because I like the Kieran.
All right, JC.
East
Okay.
Asia. Good night, JC. Okay, going to say good night now. Thanks for keeping me company. Happy writing, everyone. Yes, of course.
I'm assuming you've read this then. If you're an African mythology.
Which one?
This one.
I have not yet. I've got all 3 books and I haven't read it yet. I know I'm terrible.
That's fine.
I'm
I
one of
haven't
those
read it
people
either.
that, like, so I know we were like support your favorite authors and read their books, and I'm like, I will buy your book and then just not read it until a series is complete. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been buying the books and not reading it until it's complete. That way I can binge the whole series.
But yes. What is the Kieran?
I've got like
What is this creature you speak of?
it's like
A Quinlan?
the way I think of the Kieran is a lightning horse, a lightning unicorn, basically. I don't think that's
There's
actually what the Kieran
a
is.
Quinlan? They're Chinese.
This one is Japanese.
Oh, Quinlan's the Chinese
it's
one, but it might be
Chinese
the
name for the same
Japanese
creature.
one. Legendary creature mythology.
I googled Kieran Japanese, and what came up was buffet restaurants in the area that are named Kieran Japanese Seafood Buffet.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Kieran
Creature.
Japanese Seafood Buffet in Houston,
Let's
Texas.
go creature and see what happens.
Yeah, the Quinlan's is the
Quinlan
equivalent of
is
the
a
same thing.
Chinese one, is it? Yeah, okay, so a Quinlan and a Kieran are similar. Okay.
Yep.
It's pretty. See,
Right.
this is where I sort of go with, I do appreciate, I do want to read more, but it goes back to the diversity of I'm not that culture, so I don't feel like I have the right to do it, and I don't want to do it wrong and get the mythology wrong. Like I love the idea of kitsune, but I don't know.
Oh,
But I think they're great, they're fun, and I would love to write one, but I'm like, it's not my culture, and I don't want to take someone's folklore and do it disrespectfully.
That makes sense.
yeah, definitely.
But then some people, like, someone's like, you should write Australian mythology creatures. I went, first of all, no. No, because that's indigenous creatures, and I'm not touching that because that is also what they still go by their rules. Like, that is not a mythology that we've now moved on from. That is still a current practices culture, just like Maori culture. I'm like, no, like those I like a mythology, but it is a current culture that is being used and referred to. But I will read them, but I'm very, shouldn't say picky, but I am very careful when I read them if it's not in own voices when it comes to indigenous stuff, because I don't want, as Bree from Four Paws in the Books said about like the Firebird books, she goes, I am a wonder white thread. I don't think, because there's the book that's come out called Firebird, and it's like the Roman Empire, and it's a Master Cap D book. Some people are having issues,
Oh.
and they're like, "No one told me." And I'm like,
Right.
"No, it's actually advertised as a slave master story."
I mean, if you just think about it as a Roman retelling, it's really not that hard to think
Make that
about it
leap.
in that
Yep.
case.
No.
And I'm like, mm. Let's see. JC has a Kieran in one of their series. That's
Ooh.
awesome. I think with where mythology is concerned, I
Kieran's very pretty though. Very pretty looking creature.
mm-hmm. I think it's cool to play with the ideas of some of the mythology, especially like where creatures are concerned, and adapt them to make new creatures that are fairly I don't know how well that would work, but maybe make creatures that are fairly similar, maybe in comparison to.
Yeah.
And it also depends on like what genre you're writing, because like if you're writing a post-apocalyptic where the world has been destroyed and magic is returning kind of thing, you could always bring in these new creatures and definitely compare them to the mythological creatures and be like, it looks and acts fairly similar to this creature from this mythology. And then in that case, I think there's a little more leeway with what you're able to do and not worry about it being wrong, because you're not writing that particular creature, you're writing a similar creature.
Got it. No,
but it's a very, I feel like that's almost a very fine line in some ways.
Yeah, I think it's that, just giving like in terms of respect as well as like.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how do you pronounce that word that you talked?
You put in the comments section? It's a tisselvam. It's an alpine creature.
Okay.
They are. It's basically a snake body with like the front half of a cat. And they're like alpine Germanic creatures. They're weird looking. Like they're something that is like in my like, I could write about this, but they just look wicked fun. Just like the idea of having a baby one, just like how cute it is.
It's a pet. It's a kitty snake.
Kitty snake. It's so fun. Yeah. I want to write one of them one day.
That would be cool.
I also want to write about a succubus.
That would be fun.
I have written about a succubus, and I based it off of more D&D stuff. That's the other thing. If you're basing it off of something like
D&D,
D&D, I feel like it's more open for interpretation too, because those are already watered down versions of various other mythological creatures. And so if you're basing it off of that, you're just watering it down some more.
But if you also want a dark academia self-published book for any bingo you're going with a succubus in it, a lesson in curses. By Ash Harrier, who's a friend of mine as well, but it's like succubus sounds fun. Because I also want to write a Little Red Riding. Well, I don't know if it's Little Red Riding Hood, but like I also have this idea, and it would be under Ivy Thorpe, of a werewolf and a succubus, but she comes to save people from grandma's house, and it's a stripper or a sex worker who's a succubus under the control of a bigger demon. But the succubus is a lesbian. So she doesn't derive any pleasure or anything from it. See, too many stories to write.
Too many stories to write. I have a whole, speaking of fairy tale retellings, because I absolutely love retellings, I have a whole like short story series that I would love to write where I combined different fairy tales together. So like it was, one of the more obvious ones was like Beauty and the Beast and Red Riding Hood.
Yeah.
But the way I wanted to do the story was like, it's two parents trying to explain to their child how they're related to different people in the family, and they're using the retellings to explain how the couples got together
Oh,
and how they're related to her
that's cute.
as like a bedtime story kind of thing. Like, how did
That
Uncle
sounds.
Jake meet Aunt Trish or something like that? And so they tell this story as a bedtime story to explain, and the child has to guess which family relation it is.
Oh, okay.
There's a doctor for supernatural Chris. See, that's the thing. You'd need a vet just to be a supernatural vet.
I want more stories. This is not necessarily a retelling, but you know how whenever you're reading, this is especially true for like the paranormal romance, there's always someone that's like they are in the know of everyone's business, but they don't spill out everyone's business. And in my mind, it's always a bartender, not necessarily always a bartender, but in my mind it is. And I want to know their story, and I want more stories where we tell about the person. They're not necessarily doing anything for the plot. So this would definitely be cool as like a cozy, but like they know everything and everyone, and they have all of the knowledge, but they just don't use it, kind of thing. Like, what is their life like? I want to know.
If you want, sort of the reverse of that is the rest of us just live here by Ness. What's his name? Patrick Ness.
Patrick,
And it's
Patrick Ness?
basically the story of the kids that are just existing. So at the beginning, it's like, in this chapter, the chosen one goes off and does this. And then it is literally just the kids in the town going, I've got to get to school, got to, take my English test. But it's like the life of every normal kid in this, like, a group of friends that aren't the chosen ones. And it's a whole novel. And you just get told at the beginning of each chapter what the chosen ones are doing or what the fantastical creature is doing. But then it's like, I'm coming out as, there's also a queer book, I'm coming out as gay and I'm having to deal with that and applying for college. And oh crap, a giant glowing deer just smashed in my window. Well, that's inconvenient.
How dare they?
But it's like the real sort of, the world just carries on. So similarly of, what does, Jimmy the bartender do when he sees a werewolf attack everyone? He's like, well, that's So Teen Wolf's a good one for that as well. It's like the mum and dads know things and they've got to just kind of exist.
Not me over here dropping links in comments.
That's okay.
Ooh, that's good.
We've got a doctor who spends most of the time as his human form. One of his nurses is a fairy. He doesn't go back to fairy realm because she has no wings for flight. Oh, what happened to her wings? No, I'm just sad.
Has anyone seen the movie Pagemaster with Macaulay?
Is that
It was like an animated / live action film from the 90s.
So it starts out with live action.
He goes into the books,
live
doesn't
action.
he?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've Googled it. I have vague memories of this book, the story.
So there's one scene where there's fairies and they look like they're made of like electricity.
Ooh.
As they're dancing around. Let me see if I can find the exact on YouTube. If I can find the exact scene I'm thinking of. Because whenever I think of fairies, I would like to write more fairies that look exactly like that. And this is the only video I've seen where they look like that. And
You know,
since the scenes and depictions in that movie were all based from books, I want to know what book it's from, or if that was something they just added as a detail into that movie.
or the second Hellboy movie with the tooth fairies,
Mm.
and they're not they actually want to eat teeth and bones, and they're like this big, and they like burrow into people. Fun creatures.
Scary. Scary. Oh, Jace says that she's disabled. The fairy nurse
And
is disabled. Interesting. Good morning, Kay. Just popping in to say hi and boot the like button. Nice. I cannot find. Hmm.
there you go. The tooth fairy. They're weird. I forgot there was elves in this one. Yeah. Pay attention to stories, Heather. So yeah, if you want really weird creatures as well. Yay, representation! Disabled characters. If you want a book I recommend to read with disabled characters is Lindsay Pocket's ones. She's got the Glass Witch and the Odds.
Last Witch.
And I've read the Odds.
Yep.
I'm reading the next one in August
Nice.
this year.
Yeah, no, I haven't read either one of those.
They're good.
It's on
They're
my
middle grade.
giant never-ending list.
Yeah. But I also do okay, I'm going to read this specifically in this month. So then I
Okay.
have to get around to it.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I'm still on your question about like retellings and
Yeah.
what authors, because I'm trying to.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been really cool. Okay, so Brian Jacques wrote the Redwall series, and that is the only series I've read by that man. And I realize he's not alive anymore, so I'm never going to read anything new from him ever again, anyways. But it would have been really cool to see his take on any mythology, honestly.
I remember that.
Because I love those books, and they are my husband's favorite series, the Redwall series. We now have all 26 of them.
Wow.
Took that long series. Are they all like? But do you have to read them in order?
No, that was the beauty of them. You did not have to read them in order. Because actually, I've read like book 8, 4, and I don't even think I've ever read the first one, which is the one that everyone says to start with, honestly.
That's fine.
And I don't think I've read that one because I read Marl Fox, Lord Broderick, and there was another one, Madameo. However you pronounce that. It sounds Italian.
Yep, that one.
Which means I'm probably butchering it.
Yeah, that one.
I don't know.
That one. Yeah, sounds good.
with the mouse. This described half the series.
Has your husband tried Gunkton Woods?
Mm-mm.
Similar sort of concept of like talking creatures and stuff. It's one of my mum's favorite books series. That makes me feel less scared to go into it because Terry Pratchett has like 42 books. You're like, start at book 1. You're like, I don't have to start at book 1.
I feel like Terry Pratchett has so many entry points
Yeah.
into the Discworld series.
Yes, but the good thing is you can then choose which cycle to go on. You're like, okay, I'm going to follow the university. And you just follow all their books and then other people.
So, when I filled out my husband's 25 and 25 bingo board, because we did the Bree's 25 and 25 bingo board from 4 Paws and a book. And so one night I decided that I was going to fill it out for him and he was going to fill it out for me. And so I actually put Color of Magic on his.
That's good.
From the Discworld series.
Yes, I approve.
I ended up putting like a lot of romance and like fantasy novels on his. He's given me a interesting mix of books. Interesting mix of books.
See, I'm challenging myself with the Breeze one. It has to be a book. I don't have to read it physically, but I have to physically own it before 2025.
Oh, okay. Have a good day, Jace. Jace
then
said
I
I need to
get
get out
around-
and do things.
Yes. So then I actually get around to reading my owned books.
That makes sense.
But now I'm like, what book series did I actually have? Except the one that says a 2025 release. Like that one is allowed to like.
It's allowed to linger.
So for the 2025 release for him, I put the Baby Dragon Cafe. I actually bought that one on pre-order because it sounded really interesting. I've read like a chapter of it. There's no reason why I didn't finish it. It like got delivered to my Kindle. I was like, oh, I'm gonna read it, and then I got distracted. But he put so earlier today I was like looking at the bingo board of his that he made for me, and I'm like, I wonder how long these books are. And at one point, Heather, I said to him, like, how quick of a reader do you think I am? He's like, well, you're always telling me about this book or this reading challenge, that reading challenge, so you must be reading a lot. I said, just because I talk about them doesn't mean I'm going to read all of them.
No.
And he's like, well, then your TBR is going to be really long. I said, yes, I'm aware. Of course.
Never ends.
Because one of the prompts on the 25 and 25 bingo board is the color of the year, the Pantone color of the year.
It's poop colored. It's mocha colored. It's
right,
mocha
colored. So he picked out. He found a cover online of Sense and Sensibility that has that poop brown color on it. So that's what he picked for that prompt. Which I haven't read yet. Like none of these books I've read. And then he went on my Goodreads to find a TBR veteran because that's one of the prompts. Which, okay, I have books on there from like 2008. Like I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I never like cleared it out. So he put a Lee Child novel called Killing Floor, which there's a TV series on Amazon Prime called Preacher. This book is off.
Reacher.
So this book is based on the first series, which me and my husband just watched the first 3 series of that show. So, but he put some like weird ones on there, like Snow Crash by Neil Stevenson, which is just dense writing. He just like he uses lots of big words and very dense world building. And these like I haven't heard. He just has like a nice selection of fiction and nonfiction books. So some of them are like quick reads, some of them not so quick reads, like Merchant of Death. He did put the Inheritance Games on my list. because it was on my TBR on Goodreads. That's the only reason that book ended up on my bingo board. Like,
What are you going to put in for your comped title?
well,
Or was he selected?
he put the Inheritance Games as my comped title because it's compared to it was compared to something else. A comp title is like a book. Like if you like Hunger Games, you'll like this book, or if you like Twilight, you'll like this book. So, and the comp title phrase has to be on the book itself or like in the blurb somewhere.
Yeah. For Lovers of.
Yeah.
Akatar. Yeah, great, cool. Good job.
So I put, I forget which square I used, but I put the first Akatar book I put on there. I put, because I wanted to make him read books that we had in the house first before I tried like finding books elsewhere. So the first Akatar book and Heritage Games I put on his list as well. But I don't know which one I used it for. What else did I put? And I put, there's a book called Silent Night by Emma Coulette. She's on the YouTube, and I got the book from her because I beta read it. I was a beta reader for her, so I got that one. I don't know. What other ones did I put? I don't remember, but I do remember I put the first Akatar novel on his.
Have you figured out the snake on the cover?
What did I put for snake on the cover? Hold on, I'll be right back.
I've got the picture pulled up that you sent me.
Me?
Because I was asking about this. She put triple threat for the snake on the cover.
Okay. For my husband's bingo board for him, for snake at the cover, I put Triple Threat by Kay Webster.
Oh, nice.
I have the picture pulled up that you sent me. Looking at it.
Okay. That's what I put on his bingo board was Triple Threat by Kay Webster, and for me, he put Enchantress by Lynn Ewing.
Okay.
Which is the second book in the series.
Right.
Wait a second. At that point, you'd be like, nope.
I would nope my way out of that one. A different book with a snake on the cover.
He put
I would.
Inquest by Desolate Ladder. Maybe? I cannot read his writing to save my life. Okay. The new to you author.
Well, see, that one I'm just going to go with whatever I feel like when I pick it up. Which is really bad.
So he put Inquest by Desolate something, but I have already filled up that square by something else. I was like, you know what, this fits. I'm not reading all of his. Like if I happen to read something that'll fit, it's fine. But I read the whole What Sex series, like 4 books in 2 days.
Wow.
Wit Sex. The first title of the Wit Sex series is called Find Me. Who's it by?
I don't know. And my snake on the cover would be Serpents and the Wings of Night. I could do This Vicious Game, These Violent Delights, The Deathless Girls.
Okay, so the Wit Sex series, the first book is called Find Me, and then there's Save Me, Love Me, and Free Me, and it is by Ashley N. Rostick. Yeah, so there's a girl, she's in witness protection. Her uncle's gonna go find someone, and she ends up moving in next to Fort Viking type god brothers or whatever. And there's like she's with them at some point all together. It's a really good series. I read it in 2 days. All 4 books. I was pretty proud of myself. Especially since it wasn't on my list to read at all. So
Or the other reading challenge that I've looked at and I have noted so hard is the Hegyes. It's like the hardest reading challenge you'll ever try.
oh
Yeah.
But it's like looking at the prompts, and someone's like, it's only got like 23 prompts. I'm like, yeah, but you end up reading like 150 books for it.
right.
And I'm like,
yeah.
no, thank you.
I thought about trying that one. I was like, this is really hard because you have to read a book released in a month.
That's,
Like each, like a book, you have to read a book released in April.
It releases on the 1st of May.
Let's see here. What did you put for over 400 pages on yours?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, mine is.
Yeah, I'm not doing this research.
Mine is. I'm just going to read and then be like, that one works, and chuck it in. I have on my channel. I do have a. This is what I'm planning. Like, this is my pile of possibilities.
I saw that.
But in terms of, I will get there eventually. I will read a book eventually.
So, I put on my husband's board Mistborn because I'm reading it for a book club, which we read. I'm like severely behind. We should be like almost done with book 2 of the trilogy. I'm like on page 112 of book 1 of Mistborn.
I haven't read any Brendan Sanderson.
I've never read any of it.
I haven't either.
This is the one I'm trying to read. It's good. Let's see.
The one I want to read from him, and someone says it's a weird place to start, is Warbreaker. And I was like, I don't think it's a weird place to start. It's a standalone. Let me live.
It's because he's one of those authors that has the universe where all the books, whether they're trilogies, series, standalones, all converge at some point within the same world. Because the other author I can think of that does that is Mercedes Lackey with her Valdemar books.
Yeah.
Love those books, but it's a whole bunch of different trilogies and standalones and anthologies and collections where it's all taking place in the same world.
I can't even write the word bingo.
You don't need to write the word bingo.
No, I was trying to look at the Our Fancy Bingo. I was meant to try it last year, and I went, nah. So I'm actually genuinely interested to see what's on it this year again.
I'm doing it this year.
Which one is
the
it?
Our Fantasy Bingo. The one I just did a video of it yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, you're on my watch later list. So I was going to watch you tomorrow while my child is having her swimming lesson. So hopefully it's under 25 minutes long.
Let me tell you, I like sharing my TBR list with you guys with YouTube, but I also despise it because I put an image of the book I'm talking about in each clip. So
they take forever to edit when you do that.
So I do it all on my phone on iMovie, okay? So I get the image of the book and put it picture in picture, but then I like have to size it up, like make sure it's bigger and centered and make sure it's not over my face. And then I'll put like at the bottom, let's say, because one of the Our Fantasy Bingo ideas is Knights and Paladins. I'll put on the bottom Knights and Paladins, but I'll want to only have the Knights and Paladins words on the bottom during the clip of the video that I'm talking about the book I'm reading for it. So it was a lot of editing. It is less than 25 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Just checking. Are you doing the hard mode or the easy mode?
Easy mode.
No, just no.
No, just easy mode. Okay. And let's see here.
Because that's what I know. That's right. I shot myself in the foot last year with Our Fantasy because I decided not only was I going to attempt the hard mode, I've never done it before. Let's attempt the hard mode. And second of all, they have to all be indie published books.
Do you know enough? And okay, so they said the rules were only one book could be a reread.
Mm-hmm.
and they'll all have to be new to you authors.
No, they didn't have to be
No,
new to
that's
you.
right. No,
You couldn't
uh,
repeat authors.
but only one book per prompt, except for one
Yeah.
prompt is not a book. It's to read or to watch or play a
I trust
fantasy
you.
book. Or a fantasy, like read or watch or play a game or do something related to fantasy, but it didn't have to be reading. So, like if you're playing a
Yeah.
game or watching a movie or a TV show,
Yeah.
one of the prompts is to read 5 short stories. You could write it.
That's fine.
I'm reading a short story collection by one author called Robots and Revolutions.
No, I'm not doing it to myself. I did that last year. I went to a hard basket because, like, I am part of a few writing groups, and not only here, but like in person. So I've got friends that have published books that aren't on the internet. So I'm like, haha, I could probably, like, I could walk around to the signing event next week and there are 65 authors attending. I could walk around the romance thing, probably just in my little room of like paranormal and romantasy, and pick up 25 books and read them. Like,
All right.
done.
So
But I'm not going to.
the art fantasy one, I like watched like 4 or 5 different authors like art
Yeah.
fantasy bingo boards, and I was like, oh, I like that cover, or oh, that title sounds
Yeah.
nice, and that's why I picked it. I did not go into synopsis. I didn't like go in to see what it was about, trigger warnings, or like how well it was reviewed. There is 1, 2, 3. There's only a few that I picked based on what I knew. Like there's a hidden gem where it has to be under 1,000 reviews on Goodreads. I'm not picking it until I go to read it.
Any of
Like,
mine.
Yeah, you could pick any. Well, I don't write fantasy, but still.
Any. I shouldn't say any of Skye's. I don't know.
Do you have 1,000 reviews on your book, Skye?
Any of Skye's. Woohoo!
Not anywhere close.
So that one I'm not picking yet. And then there's a prompt that says "down with the system," where they're trying to take down a system. I'm picking Red Rising because I have it, and I been wanting to read it, so I have it. And then there's another prompt that says "impossible places," like it's set in a place that would break a physicist's heart or a physicist's brain.
Nice.
So
like
I
the
have
TARDIS.
I'm reading a Doctor Who book that I have on my shelf, actually. Okay.
So the reason I giggled when you said "down with the system" is when I first opened the Bringo cutters, my brain went Down syndrome. Like, not down with the system. My brain just went Down syndrome, just in that corner, and I went, okay, like, cool. Now I've got to go find a book with that. That's fine. Not what it said, but my dyslexia just went. That's what that says. No.
Then there's another prompt that says "book club or read along book" from the R Fantasy board. And so I went through all.
I'm going to do my own.
I went through all the ones that they had, and I picked Howl's Moving Castle.
I like Howl's Moving Castle
because my kids have
both the movie and the book.
Because my kids have watched that movie quite a few times. Like, I'll read it.
So stupid question. What's the generic title?
Oh, so like fantasy novels usually have like court, king, queen, there's like a list of like 5 or 6 words that are most fantasy novels.
The king of the kingdom of the blood and the shadows and the daddies. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. I am picking book number 4 in the ACOTAR series because my goal is to finish the series by this time next year. Because book number 4.
So I shouldn't tell you there's another one coming out?
Yes. My goal is to finish it so I can keep going.
Oh, to be up to date, right?
Yeah. Because I bought the first book and I had it on my shelf for like several months. And then I was like, then I saw it in a bookstore, the rest of them. So I bought the rest of the books, thinking to myself, if I spent this money in the books, I'm going to hurry up and read them to make it worth my time.
That's right. I've got all of the Throne of Glass books, and I have not read a single one of them.
I have
7, but Leanne has read them all. So
I have The Assassin's Blade. That's the only one I have.
No, I've got all of them, and I'm like, that's nice, dear.
Because I thought if I spent money on it, I would like be like, I'm gonna read it. But I'm almost done with book number 3, and so far it's my least favorite of the series.
I like Acrobat is actually one of like the second book is actually one of my favorite books of all time.
I really like the second book quite a lot.
I'm just seeing what's next. What are you reading for high fashion? Now we're just going through and chatting. I should just watch your video.
Jade City.
Okay. The one that came into my head, I don't know if I actually want to read, is like Spin the Dawn, and it's like a Mulan retelling, but she's becoming a tailor.
I'll remind you guys, I picked these prompts because other people were reading them for these prompts that I watched. And I was like, oh, I've heard that. I've heard about that book. This is a good chance to read it. I've heard about that book. This is a good chance to read it. Or like, oh, that cover's really cute. Like, there's one of the prompts is a cozy science fiction fantasy. And I am picking The Last Gift of the Universe. The cover has astronauts of a cat floating around in space. Has to do with a boy broke up with his girlfriend, and somehow he's like traveling through the universe trying to like save the world or something with his ex-girlfriend's cat along for the ride. I thought it was cute.
Why not?
Okay.
Now I have to start thinking about what I'm going to put on here.
So I like these the bingo boards that last like a whole year, because then you have like a whole year to read them.
Yeah.
Or to like, oh, well, that book doesn't fit, but look, I just read this book and that fits. I'll use it instead.
Oh, that's what I'm doing with the Breeze from Four Paws in the book. I'm just going to like look halfway through the year and look at any of the books I've got and go, okay, here we go, and just put them on the bingo at that point. Because technically, the second book in a duology is the last book in a series.
That's true. So my last book in the series is the last book in the ACOTAR series that's printed currently. My goal is to get it done before the next one comes out.
I don't know when the next one's coming out.
No idea.
Sometime in the future.
Well, I'm reading The Cruel Prince for the R Fantasy bingo board.
Yep. I like the second one.
The second one.
It's The Wicked King.
Oh, okay.
Oh, from the series.
I don't know what yours referring to.
Sorry, the second book in that series. I preferred it. Because everyone's like, it's like the Game of Thrones, but with fairies. And I'm like, no, it's not.
So one of the squares on the fantasy bingo board, Skye, was to recycle a bingo square from a previous R Fantasy bingo board. So I scrolled through the list to see what I liked, and I picked a non-human protagonist, and I'm going to read one of the Murder Bot Diary books. Nice. Because I think I'm on book 4 or 5 of that series. I think there's only 5.
Do you want to read a sad book told from a dog's point of view?
Oh no! Like what?
Oh no! Which one?
It's The Art of Racing in the Rain. And it opens with him being like, I can't get up and stutter, and then it goes back to him being a puppy, and it's just him experiencing his owner's lives through his eyes.
That is heart-wrenching. And I hate you and love you at the same time.
He's like, it's listening to a dog come to terms with his male owner getting a wife and a girlfriend. He's like, I don't like you. Go away. Why doesn't Teddy like me anymore? I'm better. And it's all very much like, and then it's him also like, spoiler, but the wife gets cancer, but he's trying to be like, but you're sick and you have this rotting smell. And like, it's all him desperately trying to get people to understand. I'm like, oh,
that's sad.
That's heartbreaking.
I'm like, oh, Bobby.
I had to look up what this word meant. One of the prompts was epistolary, which
Oh, that's written
means
in like notes and letters.
notes, letters, diaries. I'm reading full speed to a crash landing.
Mm. The one that came into my head was Illuminate by Jay Kristoff and Amy Kaufman, because that's multimedia. It's entirely multimedia, and it's like chat, like archive chat things, transmissions, uh, interview transcripts. And if you can, and you enjoy audiobooks, it's actually really good because they put all like the sound effects in it.
Right now, I'm listening to. Merchant of Death by TJ McHale. It's a first in the Pendragon series. Pendragon? Yeah. And at the beginning of each chapter, there is a journal being read out loud, and the journal is being passed from like the real world to this portal to the magic world. So technically, I mean, that does have like,
Yeah, it does.
there's journal, letter.
Yeah.
It's like a middle. I'd say it's a middle grade book, the Pendragon series. Yeah, it's a middle grade fantasy series. He's 14. He has a beloved dog, and he just is jumping back and forth. There's 10 books in the
Wow.
series. Again, my husband picked my books for the Breeze 25 bingo board.
Yeah.
So the books that I picked for my husband were things like Carrie by Stephen King, because he doesn't like Stephen King. I picked American Gods by Neil Gaiman, Six of Crows, The Color of Magic by Gary Pratchett, a book called Graveminder by Melissa Marr for Color of the Year, Fourth Wing for a hyped book. The comped book was All the Missing Girls by Megan Miranda.
That one's interesting because it's told backwards as well, I think.
For a special edition, I put My Funny Demon Valentine simply because I like the title.
Ooh. No, if we had a fun title, there's a book that's releasing at Wild Out West by another one, and it's I Sold My Soul for a Donut. And she's a celiac, so I'm like, oh, that sounds fun.
So I think, yeah, so with the Art Fantasy Bingo board, I just like picked it based on the cover or the sound of the title. That was it. But nothing
Nice.
else. There's so some other ones on the fantasy bingo board I picked was the book number 6 of the Percy Jackson series, because he's come out with 2 more. Cruel Prince, the sequels of Legendborn, Dark Matter by Blake Crouch, Tainted Cup, Chain Gang All Stars, for LGBTQ representation. Stranger in a Stranger Land. I picked Babel because I've been hearing a lot about it. No other reason.
That
I'm like,
would
I've heard about that one. That works. We'll pick that one.
My mind just went to a Portal fantasy. Interesting.
Some of the books I picked for Jesse for the 25 and 25 was The Midnight Library, The
I'm
Sound of
DNF that
Stars,
one.
The Sound of
Oh no,
Stars,
it was triggering for me.
The Midnight Library, or The Sound of Stars.
Midnight Library, because she tries to take her own life.
Oh,
Oh.
got it. See? Haven by Claire Kent. It's a futuristic, not futuristic, it's a dystopian end of the world romance, I guess. For the LGBTQ plus prompt for him, I gave him Red, White, and Royal Blue. I loved the movie. I hated the audiobook. Despised the audiobook because the narrator sounded nothing like the actors on the movie. Yeah.
But did you do the movie first?
Yes, I did.
Nothing wrong with it. I just was like, in that case,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, I went into that book fully thinking it was young adult, and then all of a sudden they're doing things to each other's pelvises in the stables, and I was like, hello.
Oh,
I
yeah.
convinced myself it was a young adult book, and I don't know.
You mean I was tricked by another cartoon cover?
No, but like, I'm all for people reading whatever, but I just was like, it's young adult, and like, I think you can get away with hetero stuff happening in young adult books a lot more easily than full-on male stuff happening, or like same-sex things. I'm like, we're giving each other some attention. I enjoyed it. It was a good book, but I was just convinced for some bizarre reason it was a young adult book.
That's okay. I honestly, until you said something, I thought it was a young adult book too. I haven't read
It's
it.
new
though.
adult, which makes sense because they're in
New adult.
college.
Okay.
But I just in my head was
one is
college.
well, they're both in college. They're college age, but one's in college.
Yeah.
One is one of the princes of England.
Yeah, you got the Prince of Wales and the son of the President of the United States.
And in the movie, the president is a woman. Is that the same in the book?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Pretty sure it is.
So.
Yeah, no, it is. They have a female president who's Hispanic. Like it's like.
Ooh.
Well, in the movie, she's not Hispanic. In the movie,
no, in the book she is.
Okay.
In Uma Thurman in the book. In the movie, she's Uma Thurman.
Yeah, and then the husband is Hispanic, and then the son.
Some dude.
Yeah, I've seen him before in something. I'm just not sure what.
Yeah, but I'm just like some random person. But no, like they are like Hispanic, like Latino, like their whole in the book they both are. I'm pretty sure he's not half.
Interesting.
Or if he is, it's mum's Hispanic in the book. Like she's Mexican born or something.
Okay.
Don't know. But like I think it was good and well done. Because he then, like in the book and the movie, comes out to his mum, so it doesn't get blown out of proportion. And he apologizes that he may have derailed her entire campaign to get reelected.
And in the movie, he tells her that exact line, and then she picks up the phone, and he gets this look on his face like, oh no, but then she just calls and orders pizza.
Yeah, she's like,
so
oh,
they
let's
can have
have
a
some
talk.
pizza. Yeah, it's really nice.
And then they have a talk, like.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So.
And another, I haven't read the book, or I don't know, but it's Love, Simon, so it's Simon versus the Homo sapiens agenda, and it's like by Becky Albertelli, but in that scene it's like Jennifer Garner plays the mum, and I have to say it's one of the most beautiful coming out scenes of the thing, and he comes and he just basically tells mum, and she goes, that's like you get to take a breath, and it's sort of like you get to be your true authentic self. And I'm like, oh, like it's such a beautiful thing. And then the dad, has he doesn't take it well, but he was angry at himself that he missed all the signs and that he was forcing his son to be something he wasn't meant to be or didn't want to be. So they're both very good sort of coming out things of the parents are very accepting, and you get to be exactly like you get to breathe. I have to say though, like I actually have to find the Jennifer Garner coming out words because it's just because I need you to hear this. I still love you, Simon. You're the same son I've loved and teased. Father depends on you. Yeah. It's annoying when you can't find things you want, then, isn't it?
So, Skye, have you heard about any books that we have talked about that you want to add to your list now?
I've been adding. Have you guys been talking? I've been adding books to my list. I'm downloading like 5 different samples. Remember I was talking earlier about how I download samples?
No.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. You guys were talking about the ones that are written in letters.
Yes.
Epistolary, yeah.
And epistolary, thank you. And the one book I remember that is one of those, it's from like 2008. So it's older, and I do not remember if it was good or not. I just remember reading it and liking it then, but I have no idea how it would hold up now. And it's called Bloodline by Kate Carey. It's a Dracula sequel, and Dracula is one of my favorite classics. So it takes place like 35 years after Dracula has been killed.
Let's see.
During World War One.
Yeah, it came out in 2005.
2005, sorry.
Just saying.
The second one came out in 2008, I think.
Okay. See, I don't get that. Oh, okay. So the paperback is $15, but on sale for $9.99, or you can get a Kindle version of it for $10.99. Like, that's. Let's see. Bloodline says, 35 years have passed since the death of the master, but now a new evil walks among the living. Knight hero John Shaw returns from the trenches of World War I. He is haunted by nightmares, not only of the battlefield, but of the strange, cruel, and impossible feats of his regiment's commander, Quincy Harker. Harker's ferocity knows no limits, and his strength is superhuman. That sounds interesting.
I remember liking it when I read it like when it first came out, and I remember liking it. I couldn't tell you how it holds up now. 20 years later. Couldn't tell you. Don't know. But when you guys mentioned epistolaries, that was the first thing that popped in my head was that.
Oh, yeah, because the prologue, it says Journal of Captain Quincy Harker.
Mm-hmm. The whole book is written that way in letters because Dracula was written that way.
That's true. That looks cool.
I've been doing nothing but adding books lately, so I've got to go through. Let's see. And I don't read a lot of books like that. I'm trying to think of what other ones I've read that are like that.
Funny enough,
I can't think.
Simon versus the Homo sapien agenda would also be epistolary because it's told through emails as well.
Oh.
Because it's like it's an online relationship they have before he gets outed.
Okay. With that being said, there's one I read. Okay, give me a second. I read earlier. They're short stories. It's from the Improbable Meet Cute collection. I don't remember which one it is. There's only 5, 6 of those short stories.
Yeah, one of them has like letters back and forth.
Yeah, I think it's the exception of the rule. They write they write letters to each other every Valentine's Day.
Yes. And it's by accident start out.
Yep. And it's via email. You saying something about email was what reminded me of that. So like that one might work.
That one's a good one.
I think the whole story is told. I think the whole story is told in email, and it's not told in only email. There are pieces where later on, near the end of the story, we actually get narrative instead of just the emails.
But
like 3/4 of it's nothing but emails.
It's a really good one. That was one of my favorite of the Meet Cute stories.
Same.
Exception to the rule. I think that's the one that it was called.
Yeah, I think so. By Kristen Lauren.
If you're looking for short stories that are good, though, The 16 Deaths of the Saint. It's an Amazon original. It's by Alex E. Harrow, and it's beautifully told. It's like 56 pages, and it's a like loop where they like relive their life. And it's amazing for being a short story.
Another good short story that I recently read was I think it's called The Night and the Butcher Bird.
Yes, by her as well.
Oh my God. I was just like, excuse me, you have no right to be that short and that good.
So try 6 Deaths of the Saint as well by them.
That one's actually already on my to-do list because I've got that whole series in my I've checked that whole series out. The Into Shadow.
Yeah, but I have to say it's one of my favorite from that.
I really like the Amazon original stories. That's actually mostly what I've read for the past 2 years, and how I've been able to read so much is because I'll complete entire series of these 5 to 6 short story reads in like 2 days. Because these are all less than an hour long, and I'll listen to them while at work, and I'll just go from one to the next and just read them all. Read.
Consume.
Consume. Nom nom nom.
No, I found the script, but I'm just still trying to find this mum thing because it's bugging me now.
Is Love, Simon a TV show or is it a movie?
There's Love, Victor, which is the TV show, but it's Love, Simon, which is the adaptation of
Simon and the Homo sapien agenda.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. And then Love, Victor was like a spin-off?
Yeah, I think
series? So. Okay. But there's no book that correlates with Love, Victor, right?
I don't think there is.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes. It goes, Simon goes, I'm not pregnant, I'm gay. Mum goes, oh, honey, don't worry, I'm still me. Mum goes, what? Of course you are. Good for you. Little sister goes, good for you. The dad goes, gay, huh? Which one of them did it? What do you mean? Which one of your old girlfriends turned you off women? Was it the one with the eyebrows or the overbite? Jack thinks, Jesus Christ, Dad, turns. The mum walks out, which is, no, go away, Simon. No, hang on.
I've seen part of the clip because I remember the joke and it being, I remember his dad making the joke about the girlfriend. Okay. I have seen that
now
clip.
I can't find it, and it's like Nick talking. But it literally is like, you get to be the youest you ever, and it's just, no, it's just still annoying me that I can't find it.
I think I found it.
But it's still like, it makes
I just typed in Love, Simon coming out scene.
Yeah, but I can't like finding the words of it. Yeah, it's just. it tears me up of how, like, the dad sort of goes, "Who did it?" But he comes to terms with it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, but you get to be the you
I
with
want to
you.
watch
You get
this.
to breathe, take a deep breath in.
Okay, I've got 2 scenes pulled up. When we do another sprint, I'll watch both of them just because I think they're like one is a shorter version
Yeah.
of the other, but I'm not
And then
positive.
there's also this. Oh yeah, but there you'll find two because one of them goes, "Why is gay the default?" And it's all these teenagers in the movie coming out to their parents as being straight, and but you're looking for the one that has Jennifer Garner in it because she plays the mum,
Okay.
which is
Okay.
the heartfelt one. But we should do another sprint so
Okay.
you can watch them and cry
Yeah. And
and
cry.
cry.
Thanks.
'Cause I'm gonna watch them and
Okay.
cry.
All right. So let's get us up for another sprint. I haven't seen anyone popping up in
No.
the chat, so I haven't been worrying about that too much. But yeah, let's do another sprint so I can watch those clips if my thing will let me. Okay. So here's the next prompt, and it says, "No, I don't love them. Well, I mean, I do, but not like that. We're more siblings than anything else. I can't imagine kissing them, much less anything more. That's just gross." I like your face expressions. You're just like, no.
No, yucky, go away. We're not the Cullens.
All right, here we go. 25 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. How'd you guys do? What'd you do?
Did you cry? I saw you cry.
I cried.
Did you see the dad one as well? Is that why you laughed
Yeah.
about Grinder?
I watched like 4 clips in a row. I saw the clip where he yelled at his. I guess Martin's supposed to be his friend,
Yes, I
but
think so.
Martin outed him. Fucker.
Oh,
He was-
okay, no. So Martin is an acquaintance at school,
Okay.
so basically tries to blackmail him.
Sentiment still replies, fucker.
Yeah.
I did not watch it because I knew I would cry. So I'll watch it later when no one can see me.
Yep.
Because books never make me cry, but things I watch make me cry all the time. So
They're
I'm a
so
big
beautiful.
giant baby, so I cry with everything: books, movies, short stories. Doesn't matter.
But I have to say, like, it's beautiful.
Mhm.
But so I was like, Grinder? But so you cackle. I was like, you don't know what that is.
I was like, "Oh, you sweet innocent man." It's like Facebook for gay guys. So I'm like, "No, no, it's not."
Dad basically goes, we should join Grinder together. It's like Facebook for gay guys, right?
that's so funny.
We try so hard
Oh,
to connect with them now.
oh, yeah. I finished that short story. I literally only had 1 chapter left, so I had no excuse not to finish it. I've been not finishing it for months. I finished it.
Was this your 7-day book challenge book?
Mm-hmm. No, this was one of the 7 short stories. The first one,
Oh, that's
actually,
it, yeah.
that I was just adding 2 chapters to. And I had originally added a chapter to it, but I didn't like it. I wanted to rewrite it, so I finally rewrote it.
Ah.
I've known for months how I wanted to rewrite it and what I wanted to convey in this chapter. I just kept making excuses and putting it off.
No. That's not very helpful, is it?
Nope. Can't publish things if they're not done, Skye.
I wrote
No?
things,
You
but
wrote
they
things?
were not my things. I wrote lists of books.
But they're still
Does
things.
it count?
It
Does
counts.
count?
It counts.
I wrote lists of books. I wrote this one. Oh, wrong way. And this page.
Nice.
Yeah, there's some books. Book lists. That's all I did.
Are you
Nothing else.
both pantsers or outliners?
It varies on the project. With short stories, I tend to pants those. I might have a vague idea of what I want to happen, but that's it. Novels, I outline.
I'm
The question
gonna
is, do I
say
stick with the outline?
I'm gonna say a bit of both. So when I start a story, I figure out like the 2 main characters are gonna end up together in my romance book. Okay. And then I will let's see, and I have an idea of like the thing that they have to overcome to be together and how it's gonna end.
Yep.
But as far as like how to get from meeting each other and how they meet, like I know how they're gonna meet and I know how they're gonna end up together. But as far as the like the fun stuff in the middle for the reader, but maybe not for the writer to do, I have no idea. So I usually will write about pants about 10 to 15,000 words, and then for the next several chapters all the way to the end, I'll write like 1 to 4 lines of what I think what I want to happen each chapter, and then I will do it that way. This book that I'm getting ready to write this week or start this week did it totally different. I came up with like the whole synopsis and the blurb and characters and all that. And now I'm going to write a chapter by chapter loose outline. Like this is where they meet and like some things I want to happen in this chapter and what happened in that chapter. And then I go back. I hate like detailed outlines because I feel like by the time I'm done doing the detailed outline, I've written the story and now I want to move on. I also never liked writing outlines in school, so maybe there's that too. How about you?
I am trying to be a good girl and start outlining things. Yeah, working on it. I think that's the thing is I've got like I complete pants stuff and then going back to edit it doesn't work and it annoys me. So I'm trying to do if I outline it, then my timelines make sense. But I also do the problem is once I do an outline, I don't necessarily write chronologically either.
Oh, I have to
So-
write chronologically. I can't. Cannot.
No, I sometimes write, jump around and do what I want. But I'm trying to be a good girl and write chronologically so I don't stuff up my timelines and stuff. But I found a template and it's like the 27 chapter, 9 block, 3 act structure. But it's
fantastic.
It did one, but it's got even further where it then breaks down the chapters into like beginning, middle, end. So I figured out because I also am a bad underwriter, so I figured out I'm going to try and do it where it's so basically it's going to be 81 scenes, right?
Okay.
So 3 per chapter, which is 81 scenes. So if I try and write 1,000 words in each scene, at minimum, I'm going to have an 81,000 word draft, which means I should be able to flesh out more. I'm going to see how that goes this time.
I use that outline especially for fantasy. I really do like the way that one works. It's basically, from what I understand, Save the Cat, just described differently.
I think it's Save the Cat, or it's like Hero's Journey.
Yeah.
As well.
Maybe a mixture of the two.
Yeah. So I've sort of gone, let's do this. So I'm going to just try and do like Project Gargoyle, my female Little Red Riding Hood, Project Hollowborn, and just see if I do it that way and just see which one sparks my interest and see if I can just fast draft all of them so then I can go back and so when the next 7-day book challenge turns up, I can just spin a wheel and see what happens. Like, so, this is the one we're writing.
The next 7-day book challenge is happening in June. Did I list dates? Now I've got to check my own nanography. I feel like I did pick dates though. Give me a second. I may not have said them aloud, but I think I picked dates. And now I can't remember them.
So I was flipping through this notebook and I came across 4 titles with the word heart in all of them. I was going to use it for one of the titles for my book that I just released, but then I realized I don't like any of them for the story. But they were Wild Heart, Forever Heart, Broken Heart, and Secret Heart, and I was going to have like specific tropes for each of them. Wild Heart was going to be like a
I thought June works, so it's the school, not school holidays, so that's fine.
I think you did mention, I want to say you did say what you were going to.
Because I try to do them once a quarter. The February one was just because someone in the comments, and it might have been you, Heather, was like, you should do the 7-day book challenge. And I was like, fine, let's do it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we got through the first quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, I have to write an anthology story, but it has to be at them for June, so that's fine. So I can then work on this.
It worked. (23rd through 29th). I wrote that down. So yeah, that would be the last week in June.
Can I just be selfish and say it should be the 21st to the 27th? Because I'm at a comic book convention as an author the 28th, 29th, so I don't get those days. That's fine.
You could do that. Yes.
Yes, I would do
Because you will be at an author event. You have an excuse. You have to shift yours because you're going to be at an author event.
that. There we go. We'll go with that.
I think last year I did it the 16th through the 22nd. But I think the reason I didn't want to do that this year is because usually Heart Breathings does the HB90.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's
that
not.
third week. But she's not doing that. So I could technically still do the third week.
Yeah.
Because my thing was the first 3 quarters of the year, the third week of the third month. That was what my thinking was when I originally started doing the challenge. And that would be the third week. Let me think on that and I'll get back to you guys. Because since she's not doing the course the rest of this year, I think.
Yeah, I think she's just taking time off because she was like, I'm teaching so many things and not having time to be creative. Eva is here. Eva.
Hi, Eva.
Is Eva.
Good morning, Eva. How's the words? I finished a short story that I've been procrastinating on for months. Months. I literally needed to write less than 2,000 words total. I finally finished it. I'm happy. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's also the same weekend as the AWC. Okay, yeah. And I definitely want to shift that because I don't want it to fall on the same weekend as the AWC.
That's why I couldn't do the AWC. That's right. I was like, I knew there was an event I couldn't do because I was at Supernova.
So yeah, we're going to do the 16th to the 22nd. That just decided it right there.
Don't move it on my behalf.
I'm moving on everyone's behalf.
So, what's the date going to be?
16th to the 22nd.
And I apologize if you can hear the rooster. He has woken up. It is almost 6 o'clock, and he's like, "It's time for everyone else to wake up since I'm awake."
Oh, I could barely hear that. I thought maybe someone was just whistling in the background.
Cool.
Fine. And I'm also being summoned to help do bedtime routine because it's 7:45 in the evening, and my little one has school tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's right, because you're ahead. So it's Monday for you now, or
no, it's Sunday night.
Sunday evening.
Yeah, Sunday night. Yeah. But I will be back for 8 p.m. your time.
Yes, it's 8:15 my time that you'll be back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Streaming again. But I will have to love and leave you so I can go get this child to go to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay. But thank you so much, and I will see you guys around.
All right. Bye. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Oh, there's the leaf one. Bye.
Oh, goodness. Thank you for the reminder, Eva, because I had already forgotten about the AWC because I am not participating this year because I had so much going on that I could not. The 7-day book challenge is a fun thing, but there's so much stuff going on in my life that I was like, I can't do anything extra that other people depend on me for, because if I fail the 7-day book challenge, I don't care. I don't care. It's a writing challenge. But like if someone else is relying on me to do something for them, such as like the AWC, I was just like, I can't handle that right now. So this year, and depending on if we move this year or next year, possibly next year, I will not be participating in the AWC. So
as far as words, I didn't do much. I thought a lot, and I realized, okay, let me tell you this. So this is what I've got. Chapter 1. Boyfriend expects her to quit and she fails finals, giving said boyfriend more reason to have her quit and stay home to wait on him. Chapter 2. Cut the scene where she's leaving town and it's making her best friend Betsy sad. She heads to town and heads to her new house. How does she get the keys? She heads to the library, gets them from Miss Gladys, and gives her a rundown of the area and lists the numbers she used for help around the town. Chapter 3. Lily is hanging a planter. She got the vendor market or someplace, and this is the time she leans and breaks the handrail, and she calls someone, and it ends up being Jared Kincaid, who she met the first day in town at the gas station. And chapter 4, she goes, "What are you doing here?" This is a chapter where Jared comes over to Lily's to fix the rail. She brings him a glass of lemonade as a way to break the ice. And that is all I've gotten.
So how many
Hey.
words is that? Or do you have a word count tracker going?
It is in Scrivener.
So you have a word count tracker. It should be. I've got to open my thingies.
Is it project?
Projects.
Statistics.
Then you either go to show project targets, or you can go to writing history, because of the fact that we've done this across 2 days, technically, it would probably be under writing history.
Writing history. What is today?
Today is the 27th. Saturday was the 26th.
That doesn't make sense.
So, like, for me, I've written a total, with all the sprints we have done, and we've done quite a few, honestly, between our 2 channels. I've written 1,547 words.
183
We're doing great.
words.
We're doing great. To be fair, on your stream, we did a lot more chit chat. I think we did like a total of 3 sprints on your channel. Maybe?
Yeah, we did a lot of chatting, which I figured that would be the case. I talked more on the first stream as opposed to late night one, later night one, because everyone's awake earlier in the day as opposed to at nighttime when more people are sleeping and quiet. But
yeah, which is fine. Like, I'm not bothered by it at all. It's just like it's interesting to see the difference in productivity, because like during your stream, I could not focus on anything, and so I was literally hopping between like 7 different things and not getting anything done.
Well, in the first stream, or in my stream, I figured out the kids' school assignments for the next week. And then I don't know what else I did, but I did that.
But you were productive. I was not actually productive.
And we talked about a lot of books.
Yeah, we've done a lot of book talk.
What time is it? No one is awake yet. I'm awake, kind of. Probably going to be start waking people up about 7:20, 7:30.
Yeah. So you got 30-ish minutes.
Something like that.
Let's see. You're an hour ahead, so it's 6:50 there.
So about 7:30, I'll be waking people. Probably about 7:15. I'll wake people up the first time, and I'll come sit back down. I'll wake up again a little bit later.
So roughly about 30 minutes.
Yes.
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
We were talking about different book covers earlier, like way earlier. And I said that I changed my book cover a lot, where it was first like an illustrated book cover with like illustrated people on the cover, and I changed it to have photographs, and then I thought it was too dark, and then I changed it to this. That's with my old title.
See, those are the covers I remember seeing first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like these. I just thought maybe they were too dark to like stand out. So that's why I went with this. See, totally different.
Yep, completely different.
Why are we? I am waking my children up because we are going to church this morning, like we do every Sunday. And then when we get home from church, I'm going to take a nap, like I do every Sunday, because no matter what, most of the time, I end up staying up all night long on Saturday night.
I have an alarm that's going off in roughly an hour and 30 minutes to go wake up Justin to make sure he gets up for work. So I know that feeling.
So,
And then I am technically supposed to go into town with him so I can do laundry, but I might just stay my happy ass home and sleep and then go do laundry when he gets back. That might be my day. We'll see how I feel when he wakes up. Okay,
so
going to the comment section real quick. So Eva's typing a lot and I want to catch up.
yes.
Eva said, I moderated the first year, but then a family trip took that weekend. This year, who knows? Strange family. Again, such is the life when dealing with a narcissist. I feel you. So, Eva, I don't think you were here on like near the beginning of your stream stuff where we were talking about why I don't move instead of just taking a trip.
You
And
don't
I
want to say
mentioned,
you don't want to live with your family.
yeah, my mom is a narcissist. Nothing's ever her fault. She's always, you can't do anything right. Even if you do what she asked, you're not doing it her way, so it's not correct. And there's a bunch of other things, and I don't want to live with her again. We've already been down that road. We've already done that. Don't want to do it again.
So I didn't see my mom from 9 to 16 years old because my dad told me that my mom had ran away to California and died. So she came and got us from foster care in Nevada. And then her husband at the time only allowed her to come get us because, we're like teenagers. And so we're going to be out of the house soon anyway. That's when I was 16. And then when I was just after I turned right around 17, 18 years old, husband was like, when are you going to get a job? When are you going to get a job? Move out. So then I went to go have back surgery, came back, left again to go help my stepsister because she was pregnant with twins. And then I got a job and ended up staying out of the house. And my mom was like, oh, why did you move out? I'm like, it's what you've been griping for the last year and a half anyway. And then she pretty much stopped talking to me. I'm like, whatever. And then I went to my sister's house for her wedding celebration. And my mom was there with her two youngest kids, my two young half siblings. So me and my sister were there, and my brother was there. And my mom comes up, because I have my kids with me. My mom comes up to me and she goes, oh, isn't it the little shits that didn't want to stay? That's how she greeted me after not talking to me for like 4 years.
Oh, no, okay, fuck you.
So
Scorched earth.
And then she was like, you shouldn't let your kid like eat the cracker because that's not healthy. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You're the least healthiest person. It was just a lot. So I don't talk to my mom. She's very much alive. I still talk to my half siblings because they didn't do me wrong, but yeah, I get it.
Fair enough. Okay, let's see. Small town dog. 220 words? Is that? I don't know what that's in reference to. More than 10 to 100 words an hour for Skye. Yeah. Almost 10 words an hour for staff. Not bad. Oh, doing great. It's not quite 7-8. People awake? No. Okay, I need to redo my children's books to put the titles on the spine. Ooh, loving that. It's a sleeping day for us. Okay, yeah. Still, we're all awake. We did sleep later than school work days. Nice. Mentioned didn't want to live with the fam, but when I was around, but didn't go into detail. Okay, I wasn't certain if it was you or if it was someone else that I just thought was you. Shows me shows how well I'm paying attention, which is not at all. For me, it's my eldest. When we butt heads, she shuns me as my punishment. Oof. I was sitting in the ICU with my husband when she cut me off last time, probably for the last time. Ugh, jeez. 220 words was my guess for Steph's word count after she read it. You were close.
Pretty close.
Close. All right, I have caught up with the comments. Woo. But yeah, I would rather not live with my mom. And I'd rather not her know we are moving, because part of the reason we're here, so this was my grandmother's house, and part of the reason we're here is for two reasons. We were supposed to rent this place after the probate finished. The probate was supposed to be finished the first 2 years we were here. We have now lived here 4 years. And they found another will that has to be completed before the probate can be completed with the will with that was originally supposed to be, because they were nearing the end of the probate for my grandmother's will,
Mm-hmm.
and they discovered that my grandfather's will was never read. He died in 2013 in 2003. 22 years and no one had read the will. So the probate started over.
Dang.
And until the probate ends with his section of the will, they cannot complete my grandmother's section of the will. We're basically living here because we were supposed to rent this place. The everything is going to both my mom and her sister. My mom wants to keep everything in the family. My aunt wants to sell everything. She seems to think this place is worth millions of dollars. It's not. It's fucking not. It's falling to pieces. And I'm not repairing shit since there's no guarantee I'll get my money back.
Right.
Unless it's something I absolutely have to fix, which is what we've started running into. There are a couple things that we absolutely do have to fix if we want to continue living here and, not live in squalor. We're running into that problem now. But the second reason we're here is because my aunt wants to sell. She put the reason we're in probate is because she put off reading the will for 2 years, and because we were in North Carolina and no one else was here to make sure she didn't do it, she sold off most of my grandmother's things and kept the money. And a lot of it she was able to do because she was forging my grandmother's signature.
Oh,
And we're here to make sure she doesn't do that with the house itself.
gotcha.
So those are the two reasons we're here. We're actually supposed to be renting it when everything is finished. We were told it was supposed to only take 2 years. We've now been 4 years and everything has started from ground zero. And so that's part of the frustration. And then we're also here to make sure that my aunt doesn't forge my grandmother's signature and sell everything else, basically. That's the long story short of it. So, yay! Eva says, my eldest child never lived with me, so distance makes it easy for cutoffs to stay in place. She does this to her other family, but they are nearby, so they patch faster. You know the story. Yeah, I do. Most things probably just went to grandma. I'll make sure that we add a note to our final papers that say not to do what just happened to you should situations occur on a similar timeline. Yeah, wills are supposed to be read within a certain timeline or they automatically go to probate, and 2 years is definitely enough time for it to go to probate. Because my grandmother passed away in 2018, and it was not until 2020, halfway through the pandemic, when she called my mom randomly out of the blue and was like, "Okay, it's time to do get this done and get everything separated." Okay. And she was the one that put off the will reading when my mom was here in the state for the funeral. And now we know why.
Gotcha.
So weird when that happens with family. Ugh, my grandmother died in 1997. One of her sons wanted to keep all of her things in their home, and then it flooded. Oh, I am so sorry about that. Like, they just wanted to store them forever rather than give them out to any of her other 5 children. It was such an odd view as a teen. Yeah, that is a little weird. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. But I think the reason I don't get it is Justin and I are two opposite people with this. I do not put memories and values into items the way my husband does. Part of the reason we have so much stuff is because he's got so many memories tied to everything in the house. Whereas I'm like, get rid of it. I don't want it.
That's me. I'm like, just get rid of it.
I legit, as long as I've got my computer and a bag of clothes, I could walk out of here tomorrow and not look back because everything else can be repurchased if we need to. The furniture can be repurchased. All the movies we have. Yes. Will it suck? I've got a fuck ton of movies. Will it suck to lose them all? Yeah. But can I buy them all? Yeah. So, but he otherwise we could definitely make the move straight up in October, and I would find a way to make it work. I could. But that's me versus the other 3 people that are also living in the household.
Yeah, when we were getting the house ready to sell, Jesse had like a closet with sliding doors,
Mhm.
and it was a lot. There's stuff from when he was a teenager that was there. I'm like, why do you have this? He's like, well, it's my suit that I wore, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you're not even the same size physically
Mhm.
anywhere. He's like, well, I could one day. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
you haven't touched it in the whole time I've been here. And it was like
Mhm.
a year and a half. Like, why keep it? Well, we could at some point.
I'm the kind of
So,
person that goes through my closet once a year and gets rid of anything that I haven't looked at in more than 6 months.
um, I need to do that with the clothes I have here. And then, actually put them away into the drawers.
Excuse me. Mm. He says, my mother has already given out all of her possessions. She asked each of her children if they wanted anything and then gave it to them. My family doesn't have anything. My grandmother then and mother now rent apartments. They have furniture that isn't old or new, nor not pretty or sentimental. My mother gifted me her jewelry box with all of its contents. That's the thing I said when she asked. Having loved looking through it with her as a little girl, there's nothing valuable. Hi, Sarah. Swinging by to say hi and boop the like button. Thank you. Eva said name tags and old small photos and a lot of brooches/pins and a few teeth. Are you a tooth fairy, Eva? We were talking about the tooth fairy earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
A darker tooth fairy, but the tooth fairy all the same. I want a donut so bad.
A donut is what you said?
I want a donut.
We get to have a donut at church every Sunday. They have dozens of donuts for people to come eat in the mornings. So
We bought my favorite donuts yesterday.
what
They're
are
both
they?
very
Um,
so they're the yellow custard cream filled. And I want one.
what's stopping you?
Uh Sugar,
Oh,
teeth pain.
okay.
I have very bad teeth. Not as bad as my husband does, but I have bad teeth. So that's fun. I'm just putting off the inevitable. When I do eat it, I'll take meds right away so that it counteracts each other and I'll be good to go. I think Eva's trying to hint at something. She says a mother wears many hats, sometimes some wings, and she said donut sprint. I feel like that's a hint to a sprint.
Okay. Well, before we do a sprint, I'm gonna say my goodbyes for on
Okay.
screen.
Because you gotta go wake up the
Well,
family.
well, anyone who is here, hi. Anyone who's rewatching this has made it all the way to here. Also, hello, and you are a true loyal fan if you're rewatching this. Uh, what did you just watch? You've been watching me and Skye talk about anything and everything. With everyone in the comments, we had company for part of it, and it was our crazy attempt at a marathon. I think we succeeded.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
think either one of us fell asleep on screen, so that was good.
Nope.
We
I
got
didn't even
some.
fall asleep off screen. I'm very proud of myself.
Ooh,
No naps were
we
had during sprints.
We drank coffee, we had snacks, we talked books, we talked writing, we said hello, we talked about anything and everything. And will we do this again? I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
Not anytime soon, that's for sure.
I like how you said, "Will we do this again?" And then the comment popped up from Eva, "Will you do this again?"
Oh, I
Don't know.
think if we did it again, I would like to have more than just me and Skye doing sprints, doing streams. Like me and Skye, maybe Heather, and whoever else wants to do it.
Heather has already volunteered as tribute, so
yes. So, I thought I would like use this time wisely and like write a bunch of words, but that didn't happen.
don't worry. I thought the same thing. It's all good.
That's okay. What am I gonna say? Thanks for watching our craziness. Don't hold anything we said against us, and please come back again.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go, and I'll pop up in the comments as I in between getting kids ready and stuff like that. But I'm gonna go off screen. Skye, it's been fun. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Like a stream again, not a 12-hour stream again. That's what I mean.
I'm here.
Should we make it a weekend thing? Every weekend, 12 hours? Every weekend?
No.
Like, this is April, so maybe like in July.
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see if we've recovered by then.
After the next, after, let's get some sleep and then come back to this with clear heads.
Yes. The light of day.
Yeah.
When we've slept for more than 4 hours, if that ever happens. All right. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, and then there was one. I have still got an hour left to finish up this 6-hour stream and for our 12-hour marathon. So we're going to do at least one more sprint, maybe 2 more sprints. We'll see how many we get. Maybe we can rope Sam into it. Sam Wicker? I want to make sure I've got the right Sam because there's so many Sams now. I don't know which Sam you're talking about. But maybe. Maybe. We'll see. I'd love to have more people do various things. I already know that from a personal perspective, if we do a 12-hour marathon again, I would like to make sure I could possibly get a hotel room so there's less distractions because I was definitely distracted during Steph's streams, especially with the dogs and taking care of the critters and then saying goodnight to the kiddos and making sure everyone went to bed on time to make sure that they go to school and work and stuff like that. The kids don't have school, but they do have a bedtime on the weekend too. But Justin definitely had to go to bed because of having to work today. So like, I want to make sure that if we do this again in the future, I would like to make it like a / personal writing retreat for myself and rent a hotel room for a day. Yeah, a day. I think that would be a lot of fun and see how much more productive I would be doing that versus what I've done tonight. I'll have to think on that some more. Yes, Wicker. Okay, cool. I thought that's who you meant, but I wanted to make sure that I was thinking the right person. And I'm going to change this so that's that. Make myself bigger. And we're going to go ahead and do another sprint. I have no idea what I'm going to work on during this sprint since I finished the one project that I wanted to make sure I got done during this stream. Personal writing retreat sounds fun way to do things. Yes, it does. Maybe do 12 hours and 24 do streams with breaks. Yeah, that was part of the reason we planned this with 6-hour streams with an hour break in between. Maybe do streams with breaks like 3 hours on, 1 hour off, or have other hosts like 1 hours with writing game breaks. We shall see. You're giving me lots of ideas. I've done personal writing retreats before. Definitely stole the idea from Sarah Cannon over at Heart Breathings because I don't think I had tried them before that. I had gone on writing retreats before. I had done a writing retreat with a friend of mine, And we that was even before we were calling a writing retreat. We just went on a trip together, and we just ended up writing during the retreat. And we were going, I think it was a beach trip. We were going to the beach, and we just both happened to do writing related things while we were visiting the beach for the day. So it wasn't actually a writing retreat, but it ended up being a writing retreat, basically. It was weird. Anyways, so highly recommend it. I enjoy them a lot. I think one of the things that would be cool to do in the future is have, like, we've been jumping all over as far as like topics go, but I think having a theme would be amazing so that we could have more. I'm not certain what I am actually meaning. I've hit that point where I've been awake too long. I'm not saying that I want specific topics, but I think it would be cool to have some specific topics to go over, because I feel like we just came to this time with just like, we're gonna write and maybe and chat. We don't know what we're gonna talk about. We'll talk about what we want to talk about when we get to it, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think it would be cool to have something that was like specific as well. I hope that made sense. I don't know. My brain's starting to melt, I guess, at this point. I've not been on a writing retreat. I've been invited, but the cost in money and time always seemed too much to tear me away from my family and for the time. Yes, solo writing retreat, though, I could do here in town. I'm not going to lie. I still someday want to host a writing retreat where I pay for everything. And as long as you can get there, like your cost for the hotel, your cost for food, your cost, unless you want to do like extra stuff. But like most of the like hotel or wherever we're staying, I really don't want to do Airbnbs. I've heard too many horror stories about Airbnbs lately, for various reasons that I don't want to get into. But like hotel cost or wherever we're staying costs, plus food costs, taxi services if we go get food out, maybe like Ubers and stuff. Like, yes, I want to read those costs so that as long as you can get there, that's the only thing you're paying for. That's what I mean. Jeez, I can't think anymore. Theme train to Crazy Town. Yeah. I used to want to host one of my own home. Yeah, no, thank you. But now that I've hung out with writers, I know they just judge my home and lifestyle. I will not judge you if you do not judge me. My house is not ready for visitors. I don't even want the kids as friends, who I know will spend 90% of the time outside and just come in to go potty. I don't even want them over. No thanks. City could work. Tiffany lives here already. I could Tiffany nap her and have at least one person show. There you go. See? That would be fun. I think especially if you've got like a buddy that you could split costs with. Especially like most hotels that I've been to have the dual beds. If you could split the cost with someone to do, even if it's just like a solo dual writing retreat kind of thing, that would be a lot of fun. And that way you're splitting costs and you're not spending as much money. I have new strangers coming inside on Monday. I may be doing childcare for 2 kiddos. Their parents are coming too. Meet and greet. Okay, so my house is as ready as it's going to be. That's perfectly fine. Like I said, we're not going to look around my house. My living room has stuff everywhere, and a lot of that stuff is actually, trash. Someday it'll get cleaned up. Today is not that day. I wouldn't be sad if they said never mind and I didn't have 2 children to do childcare for. I need the money, but I don't want to take care of kids. But I need the money, but I don't want to take care of kids. Oh no, I can't watch you. You don't want me to watch your kids? Oh, I'm so sad. Yes. I can see that conversation happening. And on that note, I've reached the end of the comments. We're going to do a sprint, 25 minutes. I have no idea what I'm going to work on. I'll work on something. I'll figure it out. Here is a prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. You do not have to write it. And it says, It wasn't an accident that I dropped my fur coat, you know. I'm a Selkie, and tradition states that I must marry whomever gives me back my fur, which you did, and I wanted you. So I made sure you were the one to find it. So, convoluted as that sentence is, that is our prompt. 25 minutes on the clock. You don't have to write that prompt if you don't want to, but we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time. Let us know what you did, how you did. I was reading through the second short story in the series that I'm working on. And I almost got completely done with it. The read through, not the short story. It needs a complete overhaul. I have 2 chapters left to read. Actually, I have 1 chapter left to read. But the story itself needs a complete overhaul because, yeah. Let's see. Eva says main goal was playmates for the kiddo. It's just 2 days a week. That almost makes it seem worse, Eva. And I still think you. Oh, that is funny. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. Good morning, Lexa. How are you? So now that I've finished the first short story, my plan was to work on a buck short, which was the short story turned novella that I was working on for the 7-day book challenge. I did not complete it for the 7-day book challenge, so my goal was to try to finish it this month, and I still may do that. But since I already had the folder open with the documents for the first 4 stories in the Sultry Solstices series, I decided to take a look at book 2 to see what I would need to do to get started on that one. And I think I need to have a brainstorming session where I figure out exactly what is going. Like, I have the major plot of the story. It's a second chance romance, basically. These 2 characters knew each other in high school. They never dated. There was interest on one of their parts. There was no interest in the other one's part at the time. And now they've run into each other again 20-ish years later. And a spark is there now. And they meet because she's supposed to be helping him with a ghost problem. So that is how, like, I've got the general basis of the story together. I just need to figure out how to, like, tie it all together in a neat little bow and make it pretty. And right now it's very, very ugly. So it's a very ugly baby. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means I have a lot of work to fix it. And I just popped my ankle. So that's fun. Eva said, good work. I scrolled, found my phone. I left it outside since yesterday afternoon. Oops. Yeah, that is an oops. I use my phone as an alarm clock, so I cannot do that. In fact, actually, it should be going off in another 40-ish minutes, 45 minutes to tell me to wake everyone up. Not everyone, just my husband, so he could go to work. Steffi said, okay, so I woke everyone up at the same time as last week, and everyone is ready 30 minutes earlier. Some days it just happens. Sometimes it just happens. Been there, done that. But now they have 30 minutes to do with whatever they want before you guys have to leave to do whatever it is you're going to be doing. I also use mine as an alarm clock, but Sundays don't have alarms. Okay, fair. Used to be that way for us. Now it's Saturday morning usually doesn't have an alarm. Friday morning has an alarm for the kids. Plus I work Friday nights, so I'm usually home. And then Sundays has an alarm for Justin to go to work because he's got Fridays and Saturdays. He's got a set schedule now. So he's got Fridays and Saturdays off, and I have Saturdays and Sundays off. So it does work out, just not in the way we had originally hoped. But I'm not mad about it, like, at all. And then I use my phone for camera just like you do. I do lots of vlogs. I would love to get, like, an actual video camera to do vlogs and stuff with, or even just photography. My daughter has one of those cheaper Polaroid cameras. I don't even remember what they're called, that they just released a couple years ago. Now they've got all kinds of crazy colors. She's got a mint green one, and she loves it. But that doesn't work for me with the YouTube stuff. And I really do enjoy making videos and doing YouTube content. So I just wish I had a better camera for taking pictures and video clips, because I think that would be awesome. Because every once in a while I'll take clips of, like, the deer and the porcupine recently and birds and stuff like that. And I do as much footage in my vlogs as I can, but that is not even half of the footage I take. 99.9% of the time, the footage I take is not useful because it's too blurry. Because even though I'm only 100 yards away, when I do video, for some freaking reason I haven't figured out, it makes it seem like the animal is so much further away because the quality of the picture isn't good. I don't know how else to describe it. All I know is it's very blurry and makes it seem like they're further away from me than they actually are in real life. Whew, excuse me. My husband, on the other hand, he does much better with the camera. He's got a newer phone. He's got a better phone, and the camera's better, and it takes excellent photography and pictures. And I'm like, can we just trade? Can we trade phones? You get my phone, I get your phone. I'll have the better camera because you don't even use it. It's lost on you. Maybe someday I'll get a better camera on my phone, or I'll just get a regular camera. I would love to have an external camera, and we'll see. Maybe it might still happen. I can hold out hope. But yeah, because of that, everyone's schedule is different, and some days are sleep-in days, and some days are not. Most days are not. Most days are not. Like this week, all of our sleep-in days would have been Saturday for everyone. And because of the fact that we were going to a reptile expo yesterday, we actually got up early too. So we had alarm set. Eva says, I got a fancy camera when I was pregnant, and we don't do professional photos ever. I'm the professional, but then my photos started taking pretty good pics. But then my phone started taking pretty good pics itself. I could get more quality lenses to outdo my phone, but those are pricey. Yeah, I feel that. There is a camera I have my eye on that states in the description of what it is and what it's doing that it is dual, so it can be used for just regular picture taking like camera, but you can also set it up to do like live streams and stuff, I think. I don't fully comprehend it. All I know is that they were $30 a piece. Where did I get that from? I think I'm really tired. I'm just rambling. Sorry. I have no idea where I got that price point from or what I was even talking about. I have no idea what I was going with that sentence or what I was talking about in the beginning of that sentence. I'm really tired. I still have to stay awake for a little bit longer so I can make sure that Justin gets up and moving for work. Otherwise, I'll fall asleep and he'll stay asleep. But we're coming near the tail end of this 12-hour stream total. My family's interrupted me, so I missed what you were saying. Sleepy rambles are great, though. I said something in the first half, and then the second half, I'm pretty certain had nothing to do with the first half, and all I remember is the second half, and I'm just like, what did I even say in the first half? And B, did it correlate with what I said in the second half? Because I don't think it did. I think it was like two completely different sentences that I just smashed together. Oh, man. Oh, okay. So technically speaking, we only have about 10 minutes left to finish up this 12-hour stream. But honestly, because I am just my brain is swirling down the drain at this point, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And now of course doing all this, I'm now more awake than I was, which is great. Let's see. We have chatted all about quite a few things this past 12 hours. And even before we were like through, before everyone deserted me and left me alone, I was debating whether or not we should do this again. And I am curious for anyone who is still here in the comment section, are you interested in doing another 12-hour marathon? I cannot do a 24-hour unless we've got at least two more people to host streams minimum, so that there's some overlap, but no one's doing like a whole 24 hours by themselves. That is insane. I cannot imagine that. But I wouldn't mind doing another 12-hour marathon, and maybe even shorter streams with more hosts as well. So if you're still here and you're still watching, let me know what your thoughts are, because I'm curious. I am interested in doing this again, whether we do two 6-hour streams with guests, or we do multiple streams with shorter times and more breaks in between. I'm game. I'm up for it. The other thing we talked about tail end earlier is we're going to do another 7-day book challenge. It is going to be the 3rd week of June, so it's going to be the 16th through the 22nd of June. So that is one thing we're looking at do. Alexa, overnight, no, I wouldn't be able to write anything above over 2 letters. If I wasn't so bloody tired from having worked Friday night, taking a 2-hour nap when I got home, and then going to the Reptile Expo, and then coming straight home after the expo and grocery shopping that we did, and joining Stephanie's live stream, the first portion of this 12-hour marathon, and then we had an hour break, and then I went straight into my portion of the 12-hour marathon. If I hadn't been all of that, I would be fine. I really would. But it's legit because I haven't slept since 8 o'clock Saturday morning, and I only slept for 2 hours after I got off of work. And on Friday, before I went to work, I got up at 2 p.m. So long time no sleep, basically. That's all it is. It's long time no sleep. But yeah, 7-day book challenge, possibly doing this sprint marathon thingy again, maybe differently. I feel like there's other things. I'm pretty pleased with what I've gotten done. The fact that I finished one of the 2 short stories I wanted to work on. I didn't even look at the other one, honestly. I opened it one time during Stephanie's stream. If I'd been more focused and more awake during her stream, I think I would have gotten more done, but I was very much distracted by various things. I wasn't falling asleep. It was just that I couldn't concentrate on any one thing in particular and stick with it. And then during my stream, everything clicked and I was finally able to buckle down and get stuff done. So that worked out. I just wasn't what I was planning. So there's that. I don't have time to do another sprint. So I don't know why I didn't just close the cat timer. Because I'm not smart like that. Nixie, go away. Sorry. Good night, Nixie. There really was something else I was going to mention. I cannot remember what it was. Writing retreat marathon in July. Yeah. Maybe. Very much a maybe. I'm game for that. April, May, June, July. That gives me 3 months to save up for a hotel, because I would only, if we do another 12-hour marathon, I could make that work. It's possible I forgot the cat timer because I'm sleepy. I don't know. I think originally I was thinking I had more time to do another sprint, and I definitely don't. Not if I want to not fall asleep and then have everyone see me sleeping until Restream decides to cut me off. So yeah, I really actually do prefer I think the 12-hour marathon, and especially if we don't get more people who want to host sprints, is definitely plenty of time. So I like the idea of that. But I didn't know if I was alone in that sentiment, basically. So Eva's agreeing just one night would be good. And I definitely like the overnight ones because I feel like there's not as many people doing overnight stuff. I work nights, so I'm always writing at night, usually on my lunch break at work. But I don't know. I don't see a lot of marathons or writing sprints at night. And one of these days, I'll get over my fear of the fact that during my lunch break, I'm only going to be able to do one sprint because sprints these days have been normalized to be multiple for a stream. Streams have been normalized to have multiple sprints. That's what I was meaning to say. And if I did something while on my lunch break at work, it would be some talking, the writing sprint, one writing sprint, some talking, and stream. And that would be it. It would be less than an hour long because that's how long I got as far as like my lunch break and my regular break combined is an hour. So that's all I can manage. But I would love to do more writing sprints at night because I definitely get, for the most part, when I'm not sleepy like this, I do get more stuff done. Maybe too if I want to sleep at the hotel, but I think I sleep better at home. If we did the same schedule, depending on your time zone, if we did the same schedule we did this time, we started at 7 p.m. Central, which is 8 p.m. Eastern. So 8 p.m. Eastern, this is ending at 7 a.m. my time, which ends at 9 a.m. Eastern. Most check-ins are at 2 or 3 p.m., one of the two, I think it's 3, and most checkouts are 11 a.m. So you definitely could do a 12-hour marathon as a one-night stay. Oh, definitely not giving up the break. I would add more breaks, honestly. If we add more streamers in, there would be more breaks. Maybe record your sprint, set it up for a timer replay. Oh, I see I see what you're saying about the giving up the break. Because I do write during those breaks. I don't know what I'm thinking. What I might need to do is just find some people who are up that late at night and just private message them and be like, "Hey, this is what I'm working on. I got 25 minutes for a sprint. Let's do this." I don't eat during my lunch break at work. I think Justin had an alarm set for 7 instead of 7:30. My alarm set for 7:30 for him. But every once in a while, I will eat a snack during my lunch break at work, but I eat right before I go into work at night, and then I eat when I get home from work. And so, like, within a 12-hour period, not even 12 hours because I work an 8-hour shift, um, I eat on both ends. So I don't ever eat during my lunch break at work. That's why I get so much writing stuff done. Let's be fair. As soon as I get home, I don't get anything done. Try them as pop-ups, but send out messages for sure. I might just have to get over my fear and just do it. It's just because of the fact that I always see people do, even the pop-up streams are multiple sprints during the stream, and I literally, because of how long of a period I have, I can only do one sprint max. So, and still have time for chit chat on either end. I might try it. Okay, this is me committing to myself. I'm going to try it this week, just a pop-up, quick one sprint kind of thing. And I'm going to try it this week and see how it works and see if it's worth the hassle or if it's something that's just, it'd be better for me to like private message people and be like, "Hey, you up? You want to do a quick 25-minute sprint?" Because I think that's just what I need to do at this point. He says, "I used to write at night. We were on a rotating schedule for over a decade, but now we're Monday through Friday days, so I'm rarely up late." And that's okay. You're always up early in the morning. And that's the other thing, because of the fact that of when my schedule is, I get home and there's like an hour and a half to sometimes 2 hours before everyone else gets up, even for school and work, Monday through Friday. So I could technically do some, like, as soon as I get home, wind down early morning pop-up sprints. Like, I have options. I have options. And just because I've been getting a lot of stuff done during those time periods, and it would be nice to be able to chat with people while getting stuff done. I need the body doubling and the camaraderie. That's what I need. It's just better that way. And I apologize for the rooster. He's obnoxious sometimes. Oh, thank you, Eva. If you sleep is important though, so if you are not awake, it's fine. Or if like you're busy doing other things, it's fine. I promise. It's just some of the things I've been thinking about because of the fact that I don't get to participate in a lot of the writing streams because they do take part during the day and I'm not usually available when they are happening. So it feels like a lot of times the only time I get that camaraderie is when we do like events like this. It's not true because I do have my weekly live streams, but it feels that way. And I just want to chat with people. I like chatting. I like the conversations. We have some interesting conversations sometimes. Definitely entertaining, if nothing else. So, oh, googly moogly. But I think that wraps it up. We have now officially hit the point where we have hit 12 hours total for our writing sprints or writing marathon, 12-hour marathon between two streams. Jeez, I definitely need some sleep at this point. Cheshire Pope on Twitch is so consistent with early morning streams. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. I love having a place to go for that writer-friendly chat so often, so I get it. Yeah. All right, it is time for me to wrap up so I can go to bed and get out of here. Thank you all for joining me. If you are new here, this is part 2 of a 12-hour marathon where we were sprinting and chatting, mostly chatting and doing very random things. And if you don't know, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes. Thank you all for joining us. We are probably going to be doing another one. More details to come on that soon. More details to come on the next 7-day book challenge soon. And I will see you all in my next vlog or video, whatever gets posted first at this point. I don't care. I don't know. I'm too tired to think. I'm going to get off here. It's time for me to go. Y'all have been lovely, and I will see you all another time.